The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Salutations and high fives all the way around. Hello, hello. Oh, what a weekend. Oh, what a weekend. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you very much for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hood.
Say hi to Mary Santora. She's freshly back in New York City. Yes?
What up? Yeah.
When did you get back?
Bro, I'm so tired. I got back at 8 a.m.
Oh, okay.
My flight left at 6:05. Do I sound quiet, or is it maybe just in my headphones?
Not
I think it's just
enough for me.
I think it might.
We just started.
Elapsed time, 45 seconds. You don't sound quieter to me.
The first one in.
You don't sound
Okay.
quieter to me, but
Maybe it's just my headphones. Yeah, my flight boarded at 5:35 a.m. So Brian took me to the airport on his way to work this morning. I came back. I passed out. Dude, it is an 8-minute drive from LaGuardia Airport to my apartment, and I fell asleep in the Uber on the way.
yeah,
back to
well,
my
I get it.
apartment.
Yeah.
Dude, so yeah, I went back to sleep for a couple hours, and now back in Manhattan, baby.
I was feeling pretty good yesterday morning, because, of course, we had our big Captain Fun's floating fandango on Saturday.
So
it was
fun.
so fun.
Yay.
Thank you to everybody who came out. It was so much fun. A little overwhelming. It was a lot of fun. I was feeling fine Sunday morning, but then halfway through yesterday afternoon, I could barely keep my eyes open. I'm like sitting on the couch starting to fall asleep, trying to play with my kid.
Exhausted.
Yeah. Well, you were running around, though. I mean,
and it was, I don't mind those types of situations as much as you and Bill do, where I think I just have a bigger social battery than you guys do, where I can go and talk to people and jive and take pictures and dance, and like that doesn't bother me at all.
Well, no, that doesn't bother me at all either. I'm talking about all the stuff you had aside from that.
Well, what I'm saying is that, like, I feel like whenever we do appearances, you guys are usually like, at the end of it, you're like, I'm done. And I'm like, well, let's go. Let's do this. Let's do
I
that,
went out
you know?
after.
Really?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and
I was out late.
I mean, I had people over to the pool, and we were,
Okay.
We went to.
Yeah, we all went to the flats.
8
and-
o'clock.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys are killing it.
Yeah.
We but yeah, because I got in town Friday, came straight to work, in the studio, and then Friday night my niece slept over, so we had the girls, and they were up until 1 a.m. We had a big fun Applebee's night. It was fantastic. Applebee's replied to my story on Instagram, and
Well,
I don't know
of
what
course
that
they
means,
did.
but
Well,
it's gonna be incredible.
You've been in one of their commercials, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's social media
yeah.
commercials.
Well, yeah, that's a commercial.
And then Saturday after the boat, my mom kept Brian's daughter for a couple extra hours, and we went and
Did
saw.
he know that, or did she just
She
throw
hit
her
her
in the basement?
She
or-
hit her.
Yeah, okay.
We couldn't find her. There was
Yeah.
clues.
Mhm.
No, we went and saw Blink twice.
Oh, how was that?
It was really good.
That's
I
the
liked
Zoe
it a lot.
Kravitz directorial debut.
Yeah, and Channing Tatum plays a bad guy. It's really good.
Okay.
I would highly recommend it. If you like a good figure 'em out, it's got a great ending. So.
You didn't take the kids to that, obviously.
No, just Brian and I.
Yeah.
Because I was exhausted after the boat, and I was like, let's just do something chill. And of course, the kids didn't want to be split up yet. They'd only been hanging out a couple hours. So, and then Sunday, Blake, Brian's daughter, and I went to the Guardians game, and it was like kids run the bases. So we did like a whole girls' day downtown.
Oh, yeah.
We went shopping, and we bought, stuff from the team shop, and Brian dropped us off an hour and a half early because we thought the game started at 1:10 and it started at 1:40. So,
Yes, it does.
yeah, so we we had a whole full day on Sunday as well. So yeah, I got back today, and I woke up at like after getting back to my apartment at 8. I slept until like 12:15 because I'm like I'm dead. Dude.
Yeah, no, we all kind of splintered off. I know
Yeah.
Bill was going back home because he had the pool party, and no, we just went down to the flats, and then there were a ton of listeners because I was kind of like telling it because people kept asking me. They're like, "Hey, where's the after party?" I go, "We're going to the flats." I go, "I don't have like a text chain or anything like that going on, but that's where we're going to be." And so we did end up running into like a lot of people that were on the boat. And no, it was a ton of fun, a lot of fun. It was a good time. A good time 3. If somebody were to ask me, by the way, on a scale of 1 to 3, what kind of good time did you have? I, of course, would say good time 3.
3 out of 3.
So,
3 out of 3 for sure.
And Rick and the whole crew there at the Good Time 3, thank you so much to them. And, of course, everybody at Circle K. But it was a much bigger boat with a lot more people on it. And so
and
that took some acclimation.
That's what I mean about like I felt like because there were so many more people and it was shorter.
Yeah,
a
shorter by
shorter
30
amount
minutes.
of time.
Yeah.
I don't think I stopped talking to people the entire time. Well, no,
None of
I
us
sat.
did.
I sat and had a sandwich with my mom and my sister for like 15 minutes.
I
where
didn't
was
sit
just
down
like,
one time.
I sat down. I was like, I'm starving. I was expecting Swedish meatballs. There weren't any, so now I had a chicken salad sandwich instead.
Yeah.
And I ate and then got pretty much scarfed down a sandwich and went right back upstairs.
Yeah, I was moving around the boat but like mostly stayed on that middle deck in the shade. But yeah, I was talking to listeners the whole time. Would check out my girlfriend from time to time because she has vertigo, so like the water was really messing with her. But she just stayed seated and had a good time just being on the boat, and so many fun conversations. Got asked the same question a lot, which Alan, I don't know if we'll do that yet, but
Well, not now, but we'll get
yeah,
to it. Yeah,
yeah.
that's what everybody was asking
that
you?
is every single question was that.
Yeah.
Was it, what are you going to do with your casino winnings? Because that's all anybody asked me.
No, but we can make a song for that too.
At my gym this morning, one of the trainers in between clients, he goes, "Hey, I think I saw, my friend said that he saw Maria Santorum at the Guardians game yesterday."
That's her.
And I go, "Well, that's close." I go, I don't know if she was at the game, but I'll make sure that I inquire.
My
Turns
my
out that it
stepkid.
was you and not you, as he described it.
It is. That is me.
Maria Santorum.
Brian's daughter, Blake, who I will refer to as my stepdaughter. I don't care what anybody says.
Yep, Exhibit A.
She's so funny with that, like, because we got recognized a couple times at the Guardians game. And we were sitting there getting in line for the kids run the bases thing. And the people in front of us were going, "Oh, my God, Mary, blah, 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 blah." And Blake was talking to a boy behind us. And, like, the group behind us, those two were chatting. And I'm taking pictures with the group in front of us. And he, like, looked at her and she goes, "My stepmom's famous. It's, like, no big deal." I was like, she cracks me up with that kind of stuff. I was like, "Blake, I think you might be more famous than me. You're the one getting commercials played on the radio, you know."
You know who was on the cruise was Mary Santorum.
I saw her.
And boy, somebody came up to me and said, "Oh, I met Mary Santorum." I said, "How do you know you met Mary Santorum?" Because they told me. They told everybody they ran into that they were Mary Santorum. And I go, it's funny if you don't take the mask off. But by that time, the genie was out of the bottle. And I was like, just have a good time. It's fine.
I mean, there was with it being tickets being sold this year, it was a completely different dynamic because, the years that people could win tickets, there's a lot of people that were on there just because they won. They're like, "Oh, we won." But we had all the P1 people on the boat this time.
Yes, they bought tickets.
Yes, they bought tickets,
and they
were there.
so excited.
Oh, it was great, though.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I loved it. I really love this kind of stuff.
I embarrassed myself even before I got on the boat.
What'd you do?
Well, I walked up and I
poop your pants.
No, I walked up and I ran into a listener, a guy who won with me at one of my Circle Ks, so I'm kind of shooting the breeze with him. And I forgot I don't have a physical ticket on me. I go, but in years past, it hasn't been a big deal, whatever. So I walk up and I tell the guy, I go, "Hey, man, I'm hosting this thing. It's my cruise, whatever. I don't have a ticket." And he goes, "All right, you got to go back to will call." Okay. I go back to will call, knowing they're not going to have an envelope with my name on it, but I'm going.
I did the exact same thing.
Exact
same thing.
I'm like, they're not going to have a ticket for me because I just forgot to bring mine, whatever.
Yes.
So the dude comes running back, goes, "Bro, I'm so sorry, I didn't know that was you." And I go, "It's okay." I go, "This is a new boat. I'm not going to big time anybody." I go, "I just need to get on there, whatever." And so he goes, "No, go ahead, go." And he goes, "Right over there, by the way, is the guy who owns the boat, guy Rick." And I go, "Which one?" He goes, "The guy in the blue shirt." So I walk up to this dude who's kind of standing there on his phone. He's got glasses on. He looks like he's maybe in his mid-30s. And I'm like, wow, this guy must be doing pretty well. and he's got like a blue checked dress shirt on. And I go, hey, I'm Alan Cox. And he shakes my hand. He goes, oh. And in that moment, I knew what happened, and I looked back.
Not Rick.
I look back at the gate guy, and he's pointing the other guy in the white or the blue shirt. And look down, and there's Rick, who owns the Good Time 3. I go, oh, hey, Rick. And the guy's like, oh, I just thought you were saying hi. And I'm like, I am. It was nice to meet you, but you're not the guy that I was coming over to, thank and whatever. So even before I got on the boat, I had egg on my face, but whatever.
That's the treatment AC gets, because I went up and I said, hey, I'm part of the WMMS cruise today. I left my tickets at home, did the promotions guy.
You left all your tickets at home?
I left both mine and my mom's. And she's standing behind me. I was like, I accidentally left my tickets at home. The promo team told me there'd be extra up here. The girl could not care less. She was like, there's no tickets. And I was like, no, I know it's sold out, but like, I'm on the show. My name's Mary Santorum. She goes, there's no tickets.
Right, yeah, they're
and
just taking.
Like, I'm not trying to buy.
Right.
So then I had to go find Rob, and I was like, the girl won't let me on. So he had to come out and be like, hey, I'm the program director. And she said basically the same thing to him, where she was like, there's no tickets. I don't know what to tell you guys. There's nothing back here. And then Fletcher, one of the sales guys' wife, comes running over with had found 2 tickets. And, I looked at my mom.
Well, at least you knew your sister would get on because she was with Bill.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I remembered the tickets.
I know. I have a video of you on my Instagram remembering the tickets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With my friends.
If you're remembering the tickets.
Very prepared.
Yeah. All right, listen. Well, we got a lot of messages from people, so we'll cover the rest of the weekend.
The pool party was crazy.
Let me take a break here. I'm going to have Cold Chamber tickets for you later on. The Warning, those girls from Mexico, are doing a big tour, and they're awesome, so they're coming through. I'll have Guardians tickets for you later on, too. And a shot to go to Vegas around 5:30, $1,000, and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, so be listening for that, too.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, and $1,000.
Just added to the superstar lineup, The Weeknd.
Give it up for The Weeknd.
A$AP Rocky. And a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
iHeartRadio, thank you for being here.
All part of an incredible weekend full of headliners.
Big Sean.
Camila Cabello.
Doja Cat.
Dua Lipa. Gwen Stefani. Halsey.
Hosier. Keith Evan.
New Kids on the Block.
Paramore.
The Black Crows. Thomas Rhett.
Victoria Monet.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
September 20th and 21st.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com.
Keep listening. The next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
Own the moment with the Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses. Wear timeless styles with technology that lets you listen to music, capture pictures and videos, live stream, make a hands-free call or text, and even ask Meta AI questions on the go. All while you stay present in the moment.
Sanctuary cities are releasing dangerous illegal immigrant criminals onto Ohio streets with Senator Sherrod Brown's support. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement reported 29 criminal aliens released in just a few weeks' time in Franklin County alone, including Edgar Moreno Soto, charged with felony firearms, drugs, released. Hajir Muhammad, failure to register as a sex offender, released. Manuel Vasquez Sanchez, domestic violence, assault, and menacing, released. And the list goes on. But Senator Sherrod Brown voted 10 times to protect sanctuary cities in Ohio that release dangerous illegal immigrant criminals back onto our streets. Call Senator Sherrod Brown at 216-522-7272 and tell him to support S1068, the Stop Dangerous Sanctuary Cities Act, and start protecting Ohio families, not dangerous criminal illegals who shouldn't even be in the country. Paid for by One Nation, www.onenationamerica.org.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Wouldn't life be better with no waiting? No waiting rooms, no waiting lists, no more waiting with bated breath. And at Kia of Streetsboro, you don't have to wait for year-end pricing. Kia of Streetsboro is giving you the best deals of the year right now on any new Kia in stock. No waiting to the end of the year to get blowout prices. And you can get that price even lower when you trade in your current ride. The best things come to those who wait, not at Kia of Streetsboro. So don't wait. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro or KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. KiaofStreetsboro.com.
See dealer for details.
Cash, moolah, greenbacks, dough, Skrilla chips, bread and mo. 2, 5, 10, and 20, 30 big ones, games aplenty. Cheddar, butter, loot and scratch. Find the letters, make a match, cause there's many words for cash, no doubt, many ways to play cash word. Check 'em out. Cash word from Ohio Lottery. It's game time, yo. Cash word, it's fun to go with millions in prizes, don't you know?
Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
Hey there. What's for dinner tonight? Takeout? Again. Remember your last order. Soggy fries with a side of $12 fees, plus the 1-hour delivery time? You can do better. Get Factor's fresh, chef-crafted meals delivered right
Listening now. Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192, shoot me a text. Alan, I was so excited to win tickets to the cruise. I was standing outside the box office on Saturday to get my tickets. And I heard a voice, a little frantic, saying that she had forgotten her tickets at home. And I wondered what was happening, and I turned. I'm just reading this as written. And I saw a stunning little beauty in a dress and cowboy boots. I was smitten. This person's in deep smit. I had never seen her in person, but it only took a second to realize that this was none other than the wonderful Mary Santora! Exclamation point. It truly made my day. Another exclamation point. The cruise was a lot of fun. Thank you so much. It really was. I wish we could do one of these cruises like monthly.
But that wouldn't be as special.
That would, well, that is true, but I will trade a little bit of the novelty for the quantity, I guess. You know, because our summers here on the show used to be just goddamn jam-packed, right? We would do a handful of bar crawls. We would, and post-COVID, just so many of those things change as far as events go. And so when we do the floating fandango, it's just a blast. And so I'm so appreciative of everybody who came, and if you bought tickets or won them or whatever. Mark from Brook Park says had a great time on the cruise. Also, I saw Mary in Speedway yesterday.
Oh, yeah. He was standing behind me and Blake. He was the first person to recognize us of the day.
Oh, he let you know that he saw you. He said hi.
Yes. So we were standing there just grabbing some drinks on the way to the Guardians game.
Yeah.
And I went in to grab a Red Bull, and Blake was with me to grab some candy or something. And I'm waiting in line. The guy behind me, I just turned around. He goes, "Did you have fun on the cruise?" Just so chill.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Yeah, it was a really good time." I was like, "Were you there?" He was like, "I was. It was a good time." Super, just the most chill guy you could have even asked for. And I was like, "Oh, thank you so much for coming." Blah blah blah. But
okay,
yeah, he was nice.
Yeah.
I had so many people too about my cowboy boots being like, "Where are the purple ones? Are these the $1,800 boots?" I'm like, "No, I'm not going to actually buy those." But
well, hope springs eternal. Maybe you will.
Maybe.
Yo, Mike from Parma. Not the Mike from Parma, but a Mike from Parma. Monday morning, 6 a.m., driving to work. Just wanted to call and say it was a pleasure to meet all you guys on the boat on Saturday. Had a blast. Such a good time. And then, Alan, it was nice to coincidentally run into you at Glamper later in the night. And my wife got to do a shot with you there because she wanted to on the boat, but, it just didn't happen. There was a lot going on, and it was a short amount of time. Apparently, she manifested it to happen later in the night. But seriously, had so much fun. Thanks, you guys. Hate the show.
I think that I remember I did a shot with his wife, Ashley. I think that was her name. I will say this. Because we were all running around so much, this is the first cruise in a number of years where I was not as hammered as I thought I was going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Which ended up being good.
Right.
Because, people are putting shots in our faces, and it's all very nice, but it was kind of like I got one out of the way, and then I had a drink with some friends of mine that were sitting up top. And then other than that, we were all just running around and talking to people and doing what we do. But so when we got off, I was like, well, now we really got to go somewhere because, I want to tear some out. But normally I'm a lot more loaded at the end of that cruise.
Yeah, I only did one shot the whole cruise.
Did you?
Usually it's, shot after shot after shot, and I'm stumbling off of it. But this time it was one shot and maybe 2 or 3 high noons.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 90 minutes was.
It's tight.
Went
it flew
so
by.
fast.
Yeah, it really
so
flew by.
Fast.
I mean, we were moving for probably 20 minutes before I even realized it.
Yeah, you got to crawl out of that little port.
Well, yeah, you got to pull out of there, sure. But
my mom is not a big drinker, but I know when she does have a drink, she'll have one, and she wants it to be like a super sweet, fruity rum drink.
Yes.
That's what she typically likes.
Like a pina colada or something like that.
Well, so is
that a rum drink?
Yeah, that's rum. That's usually white rum. But I had them make her, like, she doesn't even really like alcohol. She's like, don't do a double shot. Like, she's all nervous. So she had one little shot of rum with pineapple juice and orange juice and some grenadine. And she was like, oh, this is perfect. She had her little drink, and she was people watching, and she got recognized a couple times. My mom had an absolute blast.
I had a fun interaction with her.
Oh, you did? What happened?
As we were getting into the Uber,
This is post-cruise.
Post-event, your mom comes up to the window, and she's just like, I don't care about the lesbian stuff. And I was like, okay.
What did that mean?
Well, okay, Leslie, our friend, one of Bill's 19 plus ones, was holding hands with my younger sister and like grabbing her boobs and grabbing her butt and stuff because, my mom's a traditional Christian woman.
I see, right.
So her and my sister were like kissing on each other, and my mom was like, all right, whatever, And
right there in front of her.
Yeah, and I guess she went up to Bill and said something about the gay stuff.
Like, I don't care
she did really?
She goes, I don't care about that gay stuff. And I was like, I didn't think you did. I don't know.
Well, that's good because there's a lot more coming.
The
gay stuff.
We were, my sister was taking a picture of me with like Cleveland in the background, and some guy is watching, and he's like trying to be funny, and he goes, hey, where's your hot OnlyFans sister? And I was like, right there, like holding the camera. And she's like, hi. And his face got like bright red, and he didn't know how to interact. He was like, oh, I was like, you are hot, but like I was making a joke. Like he like stumbled.
Why would he get all nervous?
Himself.
He'd be like, hey, what's your handle on OnlyFans? I mean, she should have been handing out cards to people who had that question.
Well, I was guessing maybe he already followed her, but then I was like, then he would have recognized her. But yeah, he got all kinds of nervous, like, because I don't think he expected me to be like the person standing right next to you holding the phone.
Right.
But it was funny.
Well, yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a good time. Fancy was there. He had his big pink shiny suit on.
Yep, Fancy was there.
Woody was
Randy was there.
Intense Randy was up top. I hadn't seen him since he got banned from the Cleveland Funny
Bone. Still living up to his name.
Yeah, but you know what, though? I had a couple of interactions with him. I did a shot with him, and it was like he was
cool Randy yesterday.
Yes.
Or Saturday. Yeah.
Yep. He goes, I can't get loaded because I'm going to be on the bike later. And I'm like, okay, that's totally fine. Let's get it out of the way now. But I saw his girl when I was walking up, and I was like, oh, well, then that means he's going to be on the thing. But again, I hadn't seen him for a few months. And so I wouldn't go so far as to say that he was sedate, but he was not like,
he wasn't
wild, intense Randy that he normally
wasn't a wild
is.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my whole group met up at my place, and
now how many people ended up in the Squire Squad pool posse?
It was 9 people.
9
including
people.
me.
Okay.
And we met up at my place, and people started trickling over around 1:30, and
good pun.
Having some pregame drinks, and then we take a couple Ubers over, get there, walk on, immediately get chastised by Mary.
There's a video on my Instagram
story. Wait. I'm losing the time frame here. This is before the cruise.
This is before the cruise.
This is you guys.
We are walking on.
Okay.
I brought all my tickets. I was dad mode for that. Like I had all the tickets in my hoodie. I was wearing a short sleeve hoodie.
That's good.
And I had the tickets. I had everything that we needed, ready to go. And
Bill caught me recording him. He looked up, and I had my phone
out. I just see Mary, and I know, and she's like, "What'd you think I said?" I'm like, "Bill squared. I got 9 friends." Like I just almost word for word what she was saying on the video.
It's on my Instagram, and he nailed it. It's I was just like, "Oh, my name is Bill Squire. Here's all 43 of my plus ones. I know, but we're supposed to have 1 plus 1, but I have so many friends." Like,
and there was never only supposed to have 1 plus 1.
I know.
That is false news, fake news.
But he came up. I said, "You saw me recording." He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "What do you think I said?" And he literally word for word said, "I was like, yeah, you got it."
You know who else? You know who was not on the cruise?
Who's that?
One Bridget Linton.
No.
Oh, did she say she was going to me?
She was. Yeah. She was going to be on the cruise, but I think she was out of town all weekend or something.
Oh yeah.
But last time she was here, she was like, "I absolutely want to go on the cruise."
I've still not met her, obviously, because she's only in when
This
I'm
was
out.
the plan. Maybe that was her plan.
Yeah.
To not meet you. But I was like, oh, this will be great. Be like, well, if we'll use time cop.
But she was also, she's probably getting her last free weekend before football season starts. And she's just busy every week. So.
Yep.
Or she probably just forgot about us.
That's okay. Listen, there were a lot of people there. Mike in Parma was there.
Mike in Parma, not the Mike from Mike. Mike in Parma, not
Mike
the
in
Mike
Parma,
in
who
Parma.
just called, yes.
And I was like, they were in the same place. I was trying to.
Both right there.
I was hoping I could see them both and then be like, hey, you're the Mikes from Parma.
Yep.
Get them all together.
No Drunk Sue. A lot of people asked me if Drunk Sue was walking
That was
around,
something that really
and I
hurt
was
one
like,
lady's feelings.
That she wasn't there, or somebody thought she was Drunk Sue?
Because there's this one lady that was sitting with me, and she's real sweet. I can't remember her name. Sorry, there was just so many names thrown at us. Real sweet lady, and she came up and she was talking to me. And she's like, "I love you on the show." Blah, all these compliments and just real sweet. And she goes, "But someone thought I was Drunk Sue," and I just I am not.
Why?
And then more people was like, "Is that Drunk Sue?" I was like, "It's not Drunk Sue. Stop calling her Drunk Sue."
Stop asking
It's
her.
really,
You
it's
should have
really
told
fun.
everyone that was
Yeah, I
Drunk
was like,
Sue.
Drunk Sue looks more like Geddy Lee. Like that's not Drunk Sue.
I don't know that Drunk Sue looks like Geddy Lee.
Like
Wow.
the long stringy hair.
Really?
Yeah, the
All
glasses.
right.
I feel like
Okay.
there's enough of a comparison there.
Gotcha.
Not like she looks like a man, but there's.
I don't know that I've seen her with glasses on. I haven't seen her for a minute.
I feel like she's always got head glasses.
When I've met her, she
never
did not
seen
have
her wearing
glasses on.
Oh, maybe just in my head she's got glasses on.
Because she's so smart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, Drunk Sue, if that's not the right.
Yeah. But it was fun.
It was a
so
good time.
so then I don't think that anybody caused any problems.
No.
I mean
Super chill.
yeah, and I kind of got the word back too from the Good Time people. They were kind of like, "Boy, for as many people as you guys have, you guys have a good audience, like a partying audience, but nobody's
Within the
going
bounds of
bananas."
reason, yeah.
Yeah, because they've had a lot of different kinds of cruises on that thing, and they were like,
Also, 90 minutes is probably the perfect amount of time to have because
I think so.
If it was another half hour, maybe another hour, things could have gotten a little more.
Some serious shenanigans would have gone down.
Serious shenanigans indeed.
And there you go. Well,
As
then
serious
maybe
as shenanigans can be. It might have moved from shenanigans to horseplay.
Oh no!
You can't do that.
or rowdiness. Even.
Yeah, rowdiness. Get into a Donnybrook with some people.
I got into a Donnybrook in the pool.
You did?
Not really.
Among
but
your own friends?
We were just, we were having drinks in the pool and got to the point where we're like, all right, let's wrestle. So Pants and I, we kind of had our yearly bout where we'll wrestle in the pool.
You guys love to wrestle in the pool.
We
What's
do
going
once
on
a
there?
year.
Every time. Aren't you always posting some of you guys playing chicken or wrestling or something? Or aren't
Not
you?
that I
really.
Maybe those are just what you noticed, but we did play chicken, and then we played, and then we wrestled, and then, the girls were like, all right, they tried dunking each other, and it's just like who can get the other person underwater. There's no fights.
Now, was the pool mostly people in your group?
It was just us.
Just you guys.
It was
okay.
just us. There was a couple people that were down there for a few minutes.
Then they got wise and split.
Well, they just they were fine. Like they were
perfect
younger.
day for it.
We were doing a cannonball contest at that time.
Yep.
And so they actually participated in that. So that was actually pretty fun. They just didn't have a ton of time. We also were down there. I mean, we got down there at when did the boat dock? 4:30.
4:30. Yeah.
We were back at my place by 5. And we were in the pool till about 8.
Mm-hmm.
So we were wrestling, doing the whole dunk people. And so then I was like, okay, anybody want a piece of this? And a couple of the girls came at me. I'm like, all right, just putting them down like they were like babies going to bed. Just so like they were trying their hardest. And I'm just dunking them underwater like I'm baptizing them basically. And I'm like, all right, fine. I'll throw at you at once. So the 3 girls come at me at one time, and they are trying their hardest.
You clocked one of them with the elbow.
No, I didn't clock
accidentally.
Any of them. No,
Oh,
but
okay.
I got clawed. I'll show you, Alan.
Yeah.
Look at my.
You got Freddy Kruegered on the
What,
neck.
on your back?
Yeah.
On the
Let me
neck.
see.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
I can't.
He's
no,
got
I
a
can't.
big old red gouge there.
Who got you?
I don't even know.
I can't say it. Doesn't matter.
Wow.
Oh, there it is. I have to...
Well, I know Rob didn't go because Rob was with me. We were all down in the flats.
Yeah, Rob didn't go.
Yep.
But it was just my group, and we did some pool wrestling, and then went upstairs, had some pizza. People started trickling out. Were some boobs dumped out? Maybe.
Oh God.
Wait a second. Were some boobs dumped out?
Yeah.
I mean, with all due respect, the group that you were with, those were not dumping out girls. Those were girls.
My sister has dump out boobs. So I'm guessing
your
it was
sister
probably
dumped them
her.
out?
Did she?
Did Mary's sister dump her boobs out in your pool party?
Get that on camera. I want a clean. Ask one more time.
Did Mary's sister dump her boobs out at your pool party?
Hell yeah.
God. Of course she did.
Oh, Mary.
All right.
Well, what are you going to do?
She's a grown-up.
Yes.
She can do whatever she wants with
She's got
her
to live her
breasts.
life. Come on.
There's another girl. She's got there was a couple that were more. It was mostly. Well, there's 3 girls dumping.
Okay.
3 out of 5
dumping. Now, is there anything against, as far as your building goes? Is there anything against officially girls being topless in the pool?
I mean, they
Some
weren't
boob
like
soup. Do they not like?
They probably would prefer people to keep their clothes on.
Okay.
But there was nobody down there, and there was nobody in the office at that time, so I
Right.
feel like we got away with something.
Okay.
So
now, was it for the purposes of just fooling around, or were there photos
yeah, they were
being
just
taken?
Not really photos. Yeah, I don't think anything's ended up on her site or anything like that.
Okay. I'd hate to think that she was using her experience with you, Bill, for content.
No, not at all.
All right.
No, she just girls being girls, having fun.
Girls being girls, Mary, dumping them out in the
What
pool.
are you gonna do?
Right, and
You
then
know.
scooping them back up and loading them back in.
Yep.
Like you do.
Pour them out, pour them in, baby.
And then we went upstairs, had some pizza. People started to, Uber home and stuff like that. And Lane did sleep on my couch for 3 or 4 hours.
She said it was like as soon as everyone got back upstairs, she was like, I passed out and I woke up and nobody else was there.
Yeah.
She was like, it's time for me to go. Everybody left. Like,
Are her
no harm,
breasts
no
so
foul.
big that dumping them out, Mary, just exhausts her? Is that what it was? She needed a
Might
nap?
be.
No, she said it was the pumpkin beer.
Forcing them back into her bra. It was the what?
She had a pumpkin beer, and she said that, and those
Oh,
are
a
like
pumpkin beer.
Like
okay.
those are like 12%, and that knocked her on her ass. And
I
she just,
see.
Boom.
Yeah, I think she had like 3 or 4 drinks on the cruise and
Yeah.
then whatever you guys had.
Yeah, because we were just mostly drinking like White Claws and Sun Cruisers and stuff like that. So we weren't drinking hard liquor. So I actually felt great. Like I fell asleep probably around 10:30 or 11 o'clock. No hangover. Was
Okay.
Very happy with the whole.
Yeah, it was good.
But this is also one of the funniest things about these. There's one girl in her 20s. Everybody else is in their 30s. And then me and Pants are in our 40s. And so we're all hanging out. And at one point, my girlfriend comes down, and she doesn't drink, so she's just kind of sitting on the side of the pool.
Oh, she wasn't in the pool with you guys.
No, because she also just got tattoos, so she couldn't get in and
Gotcha.
get wet. So she was fine hanging out. And I was like, "What do you got there?" And she's like, "Pepto-Bismol." And I was like,
You're like, oh, it's going to be that kind of night.
I was like, can I get one of those? And then I was like, hey, anybody else want some Pepto-Bismol? And
Everyone's like, yes.
Yes, give me some Pepto.
Tablets, or were you chugging?
Tablets.
Ah,
Just tablets.
I like chugging from the bottle.
Chalky chews.
Yeah, I think I have a bottle in my.
They weren't the chews. They're like the swallow ones in there.
Oh.
They're great.
I think I have a bottle in my locker from when we did the hot pepper.
Yeah. I forget
No,
how
the chip.
clutch Pepto can be.
Yeah.
Like Pepto is something that I forget about. I don't need it a lot, but came in real handy on Saturday night.
Wow.
Keep that crazy ass pool party going.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, good.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, I got scratched to hell on the back. Still put all 3 of those women under the water, though.
Yes, of course.
They did not conquer.
Well, you mess with the bull, you're going to get the horns.
But then, yes.
Ladies.
Well, we got to go to break.
Well, because I did ask Pants if the late night was going to be at Old 86, because I was planning on kind of transitioning over there, but I didn't make it. So I didn't know if you guys all ended up there or not.
No, we were nobody.
There were no third locations.
The only person that went to a third location was my buddy Jimmy, and he was like, I shouldn't have gone to a third location.
Right.
He said I should have just gone home.
Okay. But all right, good.
Other than
Well,
that, fantastic, good fun time.
Yeah, it was a lot of
Saw
fun.
some boobs.
Yeah.
Happy day.
Yeah. Thank you guys for coming. I will have those Cold Chamber tickets for you. You want to see Dez and the gang doing their thing? Cold Chamber is on the road and coming to Cleveland and ready to perform for you. So I will have those for you on the way back. Where are they going to perform? Oh, they've moved this, actually. It's now in April, so you're going to be sitting on these for a minute. Saturday, April 5, they're going to play the world-famous Agora. So we'll do those coming back. 35192, and text me for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see Stone Temple Pilots and live on the Jubilee Tour with special guest Soul Asylum, September 10th at Blossom. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
Sarah Spain with iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Capital One. In golf, the LPGA AIG Women's Open featured a thrilling finish on Sunday with multiple lead changes during the final round. New Zealand's Lydia Ko finished on top, winning her third career major, but first in 8 years. It's been a fantastic summer of golf for Ko, who also won Olympic gold in Paris, earning enough points to qualify for induction into the LPGA Hall of Fame. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's built right now at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with the new breakfast burrito. Wendy's breakfast burrito is hearty and delicious with 6 strips of bacon, seasoned potatoes, 2 fresh cracked eggs, and 2 slices of cheese all wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. And if you're extra hungry, try Wendy's new breakfast burrito and a breakfast combo, which includes a small seasoned potatoes and your choice of beverage. I like to go for the Simply Orange Juice. So break your boring breakfast routine and get to Wendy's and try its new breakfast burrito at participating Wendy's only during breakfast hours only. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Don't miss our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, and you're having a good time.
Friday and Saturday, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
iHeartRadio, let's go!
Get tickets now at AXS.com.
We buy any car.
Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What?
Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half.
I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com. Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. Looking for a career you'll love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces? Come join our growing team at Progressive Insurance. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Wouldn't life be better with no waiting? No waiting rooms, no waiting lists, no more waiting with bated breath. And at Kia of Streetsboro, you don't have to wait for year-end pricing. Kia of Streetsboro is giving you the best deals of the year right now on any new Kia in stock. No waiting to the end of the year to get blowout prices. And you can get that price even lower when you trade in your current ride. The best things come to those who wait, not at Kia of Streetsboro. So don't wait. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro or KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, KiaofStreetsboro.com.
See dealer for details.
There's something about country music that's just so easy. Like a Bud Light. Simple stories, soulful melodies, and lyrics that refer to drinking a Bud Light in the sun. So keep it easy. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Rock out Saturday, September 7th at Victory Park's Tribute Night, a massive concert event featuring 4 of America's best rock tribute bands, rocking tunes from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Get tickets at victoryparkohio.com.
You reached James. Leave a message.
Hey, it's Annie from Chase. Congrats again on the new home to you, Alina, and baby Maya. So happy she gets a big new nursery.
House hunting? On average, home buyers save more in mortgage fees with Chase compared to a non-bank. We're with you all the way home. Chase, make more of what's yours. Visit chase.com/wayhome. Source, 2022 Home Mortgage Disclosure Act. Loan application register. Home lending products subject to credit and property approval. Rates and program terms subject to change. Other restrictions apply. Member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity.
It's Mattress Firm's best sale of the year, Labor Day sale. Save up to $900 on select adjustable mattress sets from Stearns & Foster, Tempur-Pedic, and Sealy. Plus, get up to a $300 instant gift for pillows and more.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
The $99 Cedar Point Gold Pass is back for a limited time. Get unlimited visits for the rest of this year and all of 2025, including unlimited Hollow weekends and free parking. Don't wait, because the prices go up on September 3rd, plus applicable taxes and fees. Online only, the $99 Cedar Point Gold Pass is back, but only for a limited time. Don't wait. Get your 2025 Gold Pass and start planning your visit at cedarpoint.com.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Lowe's knows saving pros time and money means getting the job done easier. Right now, get up to 50% off select composite decking and railing. Plus, get an extra 5% off every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's Business Credit Card. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. 5% off or subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at lowes.com/credit for details.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give. Hey, hey, time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Coal Chamber. They have pushed their show until next spring, but you will have a couple of tickets. Coal Chamber and Fear Factory, along with Twisted, Wednesday 13 in Black Satellite. This is going to be a wild show. It's going to go down at the world-famous Agora on Saturday night, April the 5th. AXS.com. Got all the info, the tickets, whatever. But I will have these for you right about this time every day this week. So you'll get the first pair here. Coal Chamber and Fear Factory. And you and a pal. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If he sounds super excited to see you...
Hey, what's up?
Remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
35192 if you want to send a text. You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. I think Guardians are playing right now.
Yes, they
It's
are.
a doubleheader today against the Kansas City Royals. George Brett on the wall is from Kansas City. who, contrary to popular belief, not the center of homosexual activity in the Midwest. You might recall one Tom Brenneman mentioning that when the Reds were playing.
Oh, that was my
against-
pool when Pants and I were wrestling.
Right. Yeah. What did you say? There's going to be a lot of fleece in that pool.
Yeah, all right.
A lot of wet fleece, baby. Royals up 3-2 in the top of the 6th. We will get you into that second game when we get out of here. I think we get you right to first pitch around 6:40 tonight. And then they will. Royals are a very good team. They're right up there with your Cleveland Guardians. I think the Guardians ended up only winning one this past weekend. Right? Didn't they play the Rangers?
Yeah.
But they take 2.
2 of 3.
2 of 3.
Yep.
Yeah, that Saturday game was
Saturday
13-5.
blowout, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yesterday, Big Christmas hit a big home run.
Now, who is Joe Honksy? Jay Honksy Knoll? Is that his name?
Kenzie.
I'm sorry?
John Kenzie.
John Kenzie.
Yeah.
It's Jay Honksy Knoll is what the guy's name says. I'm looking right at it. Anyway, whatever happens, first of 2 today against the Royals, happening right now, 3-2 Kansas City. And then they will play them again tomorrow and then Wednesday afternoon before the Guardians stick around through the weekend and host the Pittsburgh Pirates. We're going to PNC Park on Sunday. Taking my daughter to her first show. Going to go see Green Day and the Smashing Pumpkins in Pittsburgh on Sunday night. She's very much looking forward to that.
Green Day?
Loves Green
At
Day.
8?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, she likes all that like punky sounding stuff. But it is weird, and we've talked about this before, but it is strange when my daughter, because music does stick around a lot longer than it used to too, through a variety of platforms and it being available. But when you do that math, you're like, okay, we're talking about 30-year-old music she's listening to. It's like, when I was her age, I was not listening to music from the 40s, right?
Right.
But it wasn't available. I mean, it
And
was
it's trash.
Huh?
40s music? Who was?
I don't
listening
know.
to that?
What was it? Benny Goodman? What's the big? What's
no
the big
idea.
music from the 1940s?
You Are My Sunshine?
Yeah, I don't know. Music from the 1940s. You had the Ink Spots, the Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy.
Oh, boy.
Right?
How could you miss that?
For the Andrews Sisters. So I was, my daughter's 8 now. I was 8 years old in and so I was not listening to music from the 40s. I mean, that's music from like when my parents were born, practically.
He was a famous trumpet man from our Chicago way. He had a boogie style that no one else could play. He was the South man and his class.
I mean, this wasn't on the radio, right? I was just listening to what was on the radio. But I mean, that's even more amazing that music from, and even more than that. I mean, we still play Led Zeppelin. I mean, we play 50-year-old music because people, it holds up.
It holds up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the styles probably changed much more exponentially between the 40s and the 70s than they did between the 70s. That was kind of your birth of like heavy metal and things like that and the rock bands that would come from that. So anyway, she's excited to go see Green Day.
Any music before rock and roll was all just pretty much folk stuff and then classical. Like there was 2 genres, like either you could afford instruments or you couldn't.
Yeah, big band music. And I remember like in the 70s and 80s, there was this kind of move. People were always saying that big band music, because obviously genres of music are cyclical. There was that hot summer in the 90s where, everybody was wearing zoot suits and playing that crap.
Oh, that was a big summer for old Bill Squire.
Yeah. I think it lasted precisely 18 months,
Yeah.
and then the Royal Crown Review went back to... I never knew how...
They're back to being a house band.
Yeah, I never knew how any of those bands made any money at all, even that white hot summer that they had, because every band had 11 goddamn guys in it. I'm like, how? I wanted to ask Dickie Barrett when he was here last time, the Boss Tones, I mean, at best, they were probably an octet. So, but some of these... swing bands that were trying to make a comeback in the 90s.
Big Bad Voodoo Daddy.
Oh, my God. And Cherry Poppin' Daddies and the Squirrel Nut Zippers. And,
Cherry Poppin' Daddies at Warped Tour.
Yeah. But they had 11 guys in these bands. I'm like, how does anybody? I can't imagine anybody was quitting their day gigs. But, Alan, what about Hot Nuts? Now that's an outlier, right? Hot Nuts is a great old song. And the only reason... when my daughter requests it that I refuse is because I think it's inappropriate. She goes, oh, come on, play Hot Nuts again. And I say, no, course, that's a conversation we've never actually had, but if she asked, that's probably what I would say. It's a double entendre.
Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts, hot nuts. I've got nuts for sale. 1 for $5, 2 for $10. If you buy 'em once, you buy 'em again. Selling nuts.
1935, Mary. Coming off these, they called them party records, right? There were these songs about thinly veiled. It was all double entendre, right? Like the guy singing about, it's made the rounds on social media. The song about the guy's girlfriend has this cat that he loves, right?
Yeah.
My girl's pussy. But he's singing about her cat, of course. Obviously. But this was 1935. And so there was a lot of, Ring My Bell songs and, hey, my man sells sausage and his is better than anyone's. And so all of these were pressed and released out of some tiny little record label in Chicago, Illinois in the 30s. And then they would disseminate them. But again, we're not listening to Hot Nuts on the regular.
Bro, saw a picture of you guys on the floating fandango. Love the banana shirt, but you looked like the tannest man in the land. I know you don't go to the beach. Where are you getting this tan from, bruh? Tell us the deets.
By the way, Bill is the guy who doesn't like the beach. I love the beach. But I look so tan in our photos. First of all, I don't like any photo I'm in at all. I don't ever like myself in photos. I'm not photogenic. I don't like it. But my skin really hangs on to sunlight. Like I'm outside all the time. I'm doing stuff in the yard or I'm always doing like lawn work or something like that. So I'm out all the time. But in these photos, I don't know why. He's right. I look so dark in these pictures. And I don't know what that is. So there is no secret. I'm outside a lot, but also like I look like if you were to meet me on the boat, you wouldn't think that that's what I look like. But in these pictures, I'm like, Jesus Christ. I get his point. I don't know where that comes from.
I'm not very tan, so I mean, standing next to Bill and I. Bill's not very tan either.
I don't know. Oh God.
I had a pretty good tan earlier in the summer, but I haven't been out as much.
My favorite story from the boat was our friend Liz, who hits us up a lot on social media.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you ran into her.
Yeah, I love Liz.
Maybe she told you the same story, but she was there with a friend of hers, and she goes, we got to tell you this story. We went to a funeral. It's a funeral for a friend or something. It was a wake. And a guy had gotten up to eulogize this woman who had died. And the end of his, obviously very heartfelt, and the end of his message or his eulogy, you all right? End of the eulogy was, I love you and I miss you, in that exact same cadence. And Liz's friend just quietly goes, I'm like, and she's like, so I'm falling out. I'm like, did anybody else hear it? She goes, I don't think so, but it was just loud enough where, we were trying to, last thing you want to do is laugh at a eulogy, right? And suppressed laughter is the most fun. The most fun to get from someone when you're trying to,
Oh, that's so funny.
Hey, sorry I missed your call. I was just calling you back to let you know that I love you and I miss you. And that I know you're done. So when you get this, can you call me back? I love you and I miss you.
That poor girl. We've all made calls like that in our youth. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, some of us have made them in our adulthood. But, oh, God, her heart, she's just being torn in two. Alan, aren't there like 84 people in Slipknot? Yeah, I don't know how those guys get paid either. I mean, any band, my thought is, if you've got a band, and you need a guy to play the friggin' washboard or what, you have too many people, especially in a rock band, right? I mean, I don't want to oversimplify it, but, in the early aughts, every quartet became a quintet because now you needed a DJ in the band. And all he was doing was wiki, chewy on the ones and twos, but they were making it work in there. And a lot of that fell away. Incubus still has a guy. They still have Kilgore in there, and he does a great job. But a lot of that went away as the styles kind of changed. But these bands that have like 7, 8, 9 people in it, I mean, you're not reinventing the wheel here. It's the same number of chords everyone else is playing. Oh.
Also, Slipknot, a little bigger popularity-wise than Cherry Poppin' Daddies.
You think so?
No.
Yeah,
you mean you think
sold the same number of party records?
You think that your contention is that Slipknot probably makes more money than the Cherry Poppin' Daddies?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you think that the Cherry Poppin' Daddies would have been more popular or less popular if they called themselves the Cherry Popping Daddies?
I think it would have been less popular. I think the poppin' shows that they're there for a good time.
The apostrophe implied, hey, we're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's something to think about then. My favorite, and I'll play you a little clip here from the story itself, but my favorite headline of the day comes to me from one of our bureau chiefs in Atlanta who listens on iHeartRadio, which these days, boy, that's not easy to do. But thank you for still trying and making the attempt. The favorite headline that was employees at Trampoline Park that shut down abruptly say their final checks bounced.
Aww.
Who wouldn't see that coming? Yeah, we used to work at this. I guess Alexa's always listening because on this page, the link they sent me, there's an ad for Big Bad Voodoo Daddy coming to Cleveland.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Holy
Creepy.
Christ. Yeah. Anyway, this is suburban Atlanta, a place called the Urban Air Adventure Park.
They have one of those in Cracker Park.
Do there? Is this a chain?
That's a chain, yeah.
I wonder
They're
why it
everywhere.
would close. I mean, obviously, if not enough people are going, but there's, because there's also a place called Sky Zone that's a chain too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those places are always, you'd think birthday parties
Urban
alone
Air-
would keep these places in business.
Urban Air is more than a trampoline park. If I'm thinking of the right place.
Well, they refer to it as a trampoline park, but they closed abruptly, and the employees complained that their checks bounced.
Yeah,
at the
Urban Air
trampoline park.
has like go-karting, like ninja thing, like ninja courses. They have a ball pit. They have what's the thing where you zip lining? Like
Yep.
they have all kinds of stuff at Urban Air.
Ninja courses? You mean you can take classes on how to be a ninja?
No, they have like American Ninja Warrior courses where you got to like go from what are those called? Obstacle courses.
Obstacle courses.
Yeah.
Not like a class you can audit.
No.
Yeah. So these people are very upset.
We're closed and they'll contact us when our last check is available. She was really, really hurt because she really put in a lot of hours.
Almost every child's check bounced.
Yeah. I mean, again, what are you going to do? You know, you need that money. But I always think of it, and this happens in the restaurant business all the time, smaller restaurants, where people will go to work and the door's locked and there's a sign on the door. Hey, we're closed. We're out of business. And then the people who work there, who were fully planning on working there that day, now they have to track everybody down and figure out what the hell is going on. It's not like those people are just waiting to call you back. When they're like, yeah, we looked around and we weren't getting enough people in here, so we shut it down. And we just didn't tell anybody. You know who else wasn't on the cruise? Who's that? Dick from Dayton.
No.
Hey, Dick.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We thought you were going to be on the cruise on Saturday, Dick.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well,
I saw a post on TikTok that you were going to be on the cruise.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you, I went back over here, signed up for a class. It's called Financial Accounting, and this guy, he had
redundant.
a restaurant. And I'm learning about the cost, indirect cost, overhead, and it's going to be pretty detailed, but I'm going to audit the class. So.
You know why I was
But I
under the
get
impression
credit
that
if I-
Dick was going to be on the cruise?
But I'll come. How about that?
Because he told me he was going to.
Was it a good cruise?
It was a fantastic cruise, Dick, and everybody was asking me where you were.
Yeah, I've been so busy just with music. It's been a while since I talked. I didn't forget you guys, but now I'm going on the
better luck next time.
banjo. So
yeah,
okay. Yeah, but I'm playing a lot of music and stuff. But tell Mary she can't come to. I don't know that comedy place down there. They closed it down there in the Oregon district.
Yeah, Wiley's.
That's not good.
Wait, the club where you and Dick first met closed down?
Yeah.
Is that a coincidence, or did you manifest this?
Yeah.
I think Dick manifested it.
Oh.
I'll have to either go to Cincinnati or Columbus, right?
No,
right,
there's
Mary?
a Dayton Funny Bone. There's one in Beaver Creek.
Oh, well, Oh, really? That's where
in the mall.
That's where I worked for many years. Well, are you ever going to come there again?
Maybe. We'll see.
I hope.
I hope so too.
Hey, Alan.
But I'll come.
Yeah, hey,
How
Alan.
about that?
I got the Browns. Listen to me, buddy. I got the Browns winning 11 games this year, buddy.
Out of how many?
Let's see. You play 17?
Isn't it 18 now?
17 regular season, 18 weeks, 'cause there's a bye week.
I see. All right.
11 and 6 this year, guys.
11 and 6.
That'd be pretty good.
That would be
That's
good.
pretty good, isn't it?
Yep. I'm going with 16 and 1.
That'd be real good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a guy on the
but,
inside this season, Dick, who assures me that they're going to go 16 and 1.
Really?
Yeah, and they're going to do it without Deshaun Watson.
I'm in for that.
Yeah. I think they got 3 quarterbacks, don't they?
They do.
They've got 6.
So,
They're going to rotate them
6,
evenly.
don't they?
Yeah.
I could talk sports with you all day, Dick.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah. Well, it's good talking to you guys. I'll keep in touch. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down.
Is that a promise or a threat?
Licky, 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 boom, boom, down.
Keep in touch. All right. No Dick on the cruise, as it were. All right, I've got to take a break here. Hey, I want to go see those girls in The Warning. They are real good, and I don't even know that they're out of their teens yet, but they're mounting a U.S. tour that will bring them to play for you next month. Only a couple of weeks away, September 18th. The Warning, going to be at the Agora. So I'll hand those off to you after the break. I'm going to have Guardians tickets for you later on for when Tampa is in town, and another trip to Vegas along with $1,000. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is a few weeks away in Vegas, so we'll get you set up for that around 5:30. Anything else you want to text me for, do that, 35192, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Next month's iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, just got even more massive.
Just added to the superstar lineup.
The Weeknd.
A$AP Rocky.
And a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
Save a man's life. Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint and start listening.
Oh yeah! It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, a lot of buzz about this band, The Warning. 3 sisters from Mexico. They've been doing it for about 10 years now. They blew up on YouTube when I think they were like 8 and 11 and 12 or something like that. But they got a decade under their belts, and they're coming to Cleveland. It's going to be Wednesday night, September the 18th at the world-famous Agora. AgoraCleveland.com, obviously, for the info. A couple of tickets here for you to check out The Warning. They're legit. So have fun. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. A drummer, or even a real musician, he just makes a noise. If he played the violin or the piano, anything that made sense, but the drums.
100.7 WMMS.
Run.
Looks like Guardians tied it up.
And then they just gave up another run. So now
Oh, yeah?
4-3 right now.
All right.
Yeah.
4-3.
Yep.
We will get you into the second. It is a doubleheader today, so 6:40 should be your first pitch for game number 2. 4-3 Royals right now.
Yep.
Top of the 8th over Boulder. And you still got some time remaining in this month to use the promo code LAKE. Boy, literally, like the rest of this week. September 1st is already Sunday.
Right.
So you have the remainder of this week to use the promo code LAKE, L-A-K-E.
Quite possibly the fastest month of my entire life.
August?
Yeah, it just went so fast.
I mean, every summer feels like it flies by. But August, yes. Yeah. I can't, I have no concept of time anyway, so I never know if that's something that everybody experiences or, because when you're a kid, summer's awesome because you got nothing to do. And then school, when you're a kid, school is your job. But you get summers off. But even teachers, people talk about, oh, teachers get summers off. Do they, though? Like, I feel like teachers are always cobbling something together. They might get a bit more time off than other people doing different jobs do, but I never really bought into the whole teachers are just kicking back by the pool all summer long. I don't know. But, yeah, September 1 is Sunday. And with it comes a new promo code for CLE Clothing Company, which I don't have yet. But you can still use Lake, and you can get 20% off whatever you want to get at CLE Clothing Company. If you find yourself in one of their stores, use it when you check out or just get online and use it. You get 20%. Okay, so when we were kind of talking about, we were recapping bits and pieces of Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, and Bill alluded to the fact that he was getting asked a single question over and over and over again. And that question was, when is Mary's sister going to dump him out?
On the boat?
Now, the question that he got asked second most frequently was what, Bill?
When is your next show?
When is your next show?
Got that a lot. Everybody come up, take a picture, big fan. So are you here? Haven't seen you yet. Was at this, all different variations of that. And then the question was, when's your next show?
Wait. They would say, walk me through this.
They would either say like, oh, I saw you at the Alan Cox Show Comedy Tour one time, or I saw you last year at the Agora taping.
These were people who have seen you perform live before.
But then there were some that were like, I haven't seen you perform live before, and I would love to come out and do that.
Gotcha.
So, but it was always, when's your next show? So I'd tell them, Willoughby. But the best way to find out is just to go to BillSquire.com, and it being, I'm not a musician, but it being the age of AI, I made a little jingle. Well, not even jingles, but different songs to help get that into your head so to go to BillSquire.com. And I would like your guys' input to see which one we like the best.
These are songs to reinforce the fact. Now, will these be posted anywhere?
Well, whichever one we decide is the best, I'm going to make a promo video for my next show.
Mary, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Now, you've given me 4 Where Is Your Next Show songs in 4 different genres.
Yeah.
You've given me metal and country and pop punk and pop, which if you're keeping score at home, that's pop punk, but without the punk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, metal, you can never understand. AI metal is my least favorite form of metal. We will never play AI metal on 2 hours to midnight. My
You
metal
hear this
show
song,
on
though.
Saturday nights. Yeah, but you can't understand it. That's the problem. I mean, the hook with these is going to have to be the lyrics, right?
Right.
That's where the meat is. That's where you're telling people. So I'll play the metal one first and get it out of the way.
All right.
All right. The songs, do they all have the same title? Are they all called When's Your Next Show?
I believe they are.
Okay. Can't escape jokes. I like that. You don't want him to escape your jokes. BillSquire.com. Oh, boy. Uh-huh. All right, Mary, your thoughts, just off the top of your head. The metal version. Okay.
The hook is good.
BillSquire.com.
But nothing else.
Nothing
is.
else
I
is
have
good.
no idea what else they said.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Alan was alluding to. Like, the hook is good. The hook goes real hard, but everything else is just kind of jumbly.
This is why AI country is so fun, because it is such an easy lunk-headed template to just put random words into, and people go, God damn, this is a good song.
Yeah, the country one's more like southern rock kind of country, but I think it gets the job done. You want to do the country
The
one?
country song is also called When's Your Next Show.
Mhm.
Are you ready, Mary?
Been ready.
Now,
Born
what
ready.
do you, what, just off the top of your head, and again, all sales are final here, but what would you have given the first one? 1 to 5. As a potential commercial for...
0.
Zero.
It gets no information across.
Gotcha. See, she already likes it.
They ask me every day, man, don't you got a plan? When you gonna make us laugh? Where's your next stand? I tell them to relax now, hold your horses, man. Get online and check it out, it's all in the plan. BillSquire.com for the funny finds you.
Oh, God.
BillSquire.com, that's where you find it true.
Yeah, multiple verses, too.
Yeah. You got the gist of it, though. We don't need to
Yeah, all right. So there's the country version, Mary, BillSquire.com.
That one
Right?
gets all the information right across. It's nice and clear. I like that one.
It's articulated properly.
Yep. Where's your next stand?
Yeah.
Instead of stand up.
Pop punk is going to be your third of 4 here.
All right.
This is also called When's the Next Show.
Laughs that go all around, jokes flying high and down, every corner of the town. Hey Bill, when you coming back down? Messages day and night, need my dose of comedy right. Can't wait for another sight. Hey Bill, what's the next delight? BillSquire.com, find the show, don't wait too long.
Hey, Bill, when's the next delight? That's my favorite part. Hey, when's the next delight? You should rename one of your comedy nights the Bill Squire Weekly Delight.
That's actually not a bad idea.
So that's your pop punk. Now, Mary, you guys are... Mary, you're considerably younger than I am.
Mm-hmm.
And much more versed in that pop punk thing.
Yes.
Is there a band in particular when you first heard the opening strains of that song, you go, wow, this sounds like? See, to my ear, so many of those bands sound similar to me that I wouldn't be able to necessarily suss them out. But was there one of those where you're like, boy, this sounds like?
I got kind of a Yellow Card vibe off of it.
Yeah.
Like an Ocean Avenue type situation.
Yeah, I got Yellow Card.
Okay.
That's a very good comparison.
Now, so far, your country one is the favorite?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And finally, there's the pop version of this, which is probably just going to be straight ahead CHR type stuff. Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't listen to enough pop music to even know who they're trying to emulate here. But yeah, go ahead and play it.
All right.
They ask me every day, when's your next big play? I tell them right away, got the place for all the say.
I got the place for all the say. Nailed
Edit
it.
the lyrics.
Nailed it.
Take a seat.
Yeah.
On my schedule, take a peek. From the mouths, I hear the beat. BillSquatter.com. That's where you belong.
Maybe a Billie Eilish, Sabrina Carpenter type situation going on here.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many pop stars now that sing like they have their jaw wired shut. That's like their style. And when you try to replicate that in AI, it just sounds very strange and fuzzy. And so, okay, that's the pop version there.
I feel like these
All
AI
four
songs
of these
are getting worse.
Oh, I agree.
Well,
all
it's
of
because
these,
they're starting to draw from other AI songs.
Yeah.
That's
terrible.
Yeah.
They're cannibalizing each other and they're spitting out terrible versions of
I
things.
tried to do it where I put in specific bands for them to emulate, and they wouldn't let me do that anymore. Like they used to.
Yeah, because these websites are getting sued.
Yeah, because they're getting sued. So like I tried to do like you know I was gonna do this bit to try and play Too Mary. So I wanted one to sound like Zac Brown Band, one to sound like Fall Out Boy.
Yeah.
And they're like, sorry, we can't do that.
Is that what they did?
That's exactly what they did.
Like Mary's voice?
They can do Mary's voice because that's not copyrighted.
Yeah, I'm curious how these, you know, it's such a gray area when they try to sue these AI companies because they go, look, man, we don't have any control over the end result. But obviously it's using every bit of information that's already out there, compiled and then spat back to you. But I'm curious how much longer. I mean, there are no more litigious organizations than record companies, right? Because they've been so decimated by technology that every possible move somebody makes, you know, you have half a dozen artists and their management and their record companies suing Trump right now because he just keeps using people's music. And they're like, we want nothing even remotely to do with you or your events. So like Foo Fighters filed lawsuit. The estate of Isaac Hayes. Remember Isaac Hayes?
Yeah.
He was chef on South Park to one generation, but to, you know, Gen Xers, he was Shaft and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So there are all these artists.
He sang the Shaft theme song, right?
The Shaft theme song, that's right. He didn't play Shaft.
He didn't play Shaft.
Richard Roundtree.
Who I believe is still
Shaft.
alive, right?
I think he is. Yeah. And then, of course, Samuel L. Jackson.
Because they did Woke Shaft like a few years ago.
They did.
Where they're like, hey.
They did a sequel, and they just called it Shaft. They had 2 movies called Shaft, which I liked a lot because you're going to confuse people. The Samuel L. Jackson version, of course, was notable because he made it. He said what everybody had been thinking about the earlier Shaft films. Samuel L. Jackson let everybody know that it was his duty to please that booty. Remember that? It's my duty to please that booty.
I've never actually seen any Shaft movies.
Really? Not even the original ones?
No.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's going to blow your mind, but those movies were not played often in
Squire household.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, want to watch Shaft again? It's pretty good.
You know me. It's my duty to please that booty.
Yeah! It's so simple.
That's pretty sexual.
And only Samuel L. Jackson could pull it off. Because if anybody else, if I walked up to somebody and I said, you know me, it's my duty to please that booty. Okay, that's a bad example because it sounds awesome when I say it. If somebody else were to say it, set me and Samuel L. Jackson aside as 2 people kind of on the same wavelength.
Mary, say it, but do an impersonation of Alan or me saying it.
No, that's my duty, please that booty.
Yes.
You don't know anything about me, but I'll tell you one thing. It's my duty, please booty.
Yeah. Well, she got it. Oh, God, what a boner killer that was, too. Do you imagine if they had they got like a blooper reel with Samuel L. Jackson and Mary just comes up behind, she makes fun of him like she makes fun of us. Yeah. By the way, I got a lot of messages from people. And again, this was just a throwaway joke because I found a clip, okay? I said last week, after Perez Bilton had filed his most recent dispatch, I said I was surprised that nobody was talking about Richard Karn, who had been on Home Improvement for many years. And I said he had been scooped up in some human trafficking thing. That was simply a setup for me to play a dumb clip because he's doing, he still plays off that Al Borland character. So he ends up in a lot of commercials for home improvement items and things like that. And there was a clip of him, or I was watching a commercial. He was talking about some copper hose. And he goes, I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. And it was long on setup and short on delivery. I will grant you that. But I've gotten so many messages from people, hey, I can't find that Richard Karn story. I made it up just to set up that 2-second clip because I thought it was funny. So I don't want anybody wasting their time or resources trying to dig up Richard Karn getting caught in a human...
once you played the clip, it made it pretty clear that it was just a goofy bit. But...
Listen, sometimes we're just white noise for people, right? I understand. But I want you to spend your time, all the people have hit me up, I want you to spend the remainder of your time not looking for that story because I made it all up just to play that dumb clip. Richard Roundtree died in the spring, Alan.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Okay.
Or maybe I didn't, just didn't remember.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that, but...
Hey, Alan, if that's even your real name. I'm still watching my murder stories, and there was an episode with a guy named Mark Maurer, Mark in the Dark, out of Phoenix, Arizona. So, how come I've never heard of him? I own a radio, paid for it myself, didn't use layaway, no credit card, straight cash. I own it. Anyway, he didn't do it.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Man, speaking of murder shows, but just like crime shows in general. So yesterday, I slept over at my girlfriend's house, and we went, we were in bed, and we're watching Pirates of the Caribbean to fall asleep. Just put that on, but
That's something you would fall asleep to.
That's what, we just turned it on. We felt like watching it, and I fell asleep. She didn't fall asleep. Usually I'm the one that stays up, and she passes out early. Little switcheroo last night. I fall asleep, then I wake up, and she's watching a crime show as, women love their true crime shows.
Boy, that's the default, isn't it?
They love it.
Yeah.
They love it.
Not me. That's a Brian thing.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
not me.
well, there's always one person in the relationship that seems to like them.
Loves true crime.
And this one was extra upsetting because it wasn't just... oh, he murdered his wife or anything like that. I'm half asleep, and then she goes, and then I saw the images on his phone, and I was like, oh, no. And
wait, this is the woman in the story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, I saw the images on his phone, and it was, child sexual abuse photos and all that stuff. And I just like, I'm trying, I can't fall asleep now. You can't just hear that and be like, I got to go back to sleep.
Yeah,
I'm just like wide awake.
You don't fade off into slumberland while they're doing 90 minutes on Dateline of pedophilia.
And we made an accord. I'm saying that because
you
watched,
did?
Yeah,
Oh.
because I watched a lot of Pirates this weekend. And so from now on, if I fall asleep first, she can watch any true crime show she wants unless it has to do with children.
Yeah, but did she know that going in? A lot of times, I was going to say, a lot of times they do a hard pivot, and then you're in pedophilia land, and you didn't realize that going in.
Yeah.
I think you just thought the guy was killing his wife.
Well, the wife was in the thing, and he wasn't. So I didn't know if it was going to be...
It's like a documentary.
Yeah, it's a documentary. Like it's a podcast that got turned into a TV show type thing.
I see.
And it's like you didn't know if he killed himself or what, but it felt weird. And then they give you the big moment where it's like, and kids, and you're like,
oh no,
this isn't fun like the murder ones.
Right, honey, switch it to something that'll put me to sleep. Like
murder,
like Hostel, Part 2. I can slide right into slumberland.
Okay, Richard Roundtree died last year in October.
Okay. Well, but he is dead.
He is dead.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't the one who was on duty to please Booty anyway.
Right.
So I think that he was deprived of that charge, whereas Samuel L. Jackson came in and probably wrote that line himself.
No, you think?
He wanted those melon farming snakes off that Monday to Friday plane in one movie, and he wanted to be out there pleasing Booty in another movie. And by the way, who among us does not want to? Straight men and gay women alike.
Or gay men and gay men.
Well, or whatever. I mean, he's a guy, he was talking to a woman, so I was thinking about a woman's booty.
Yeah.
But yeah, listen, take your pick. But not everybody rises to the level of considering it their duty. But I think that was him telling her, rather than just a throw-off line, that's him telling her, hey, I take that very seriously. Some guys will slide right past it. But I think of it as my duty, my solemn, sworn obligation to please that booty. And that can take many forms. But the bottom line is you got to get right in there. You got to get in there. And you got to do your thing. See, now everybody's texting me, you son of a bitch, I believed you about Richard Karn. I will never forgive you. You're a dirty bastard, all this stuff. Again, 99% of this show is dumb, throwaway crap that we think is funny. And I wasn't trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. Trust me, it got nothing in the room, so that's okay. I just didn't realize it was going to turn into a scandal. Quel dommage, Bill. A controversy, if you will. All right. But everybody finally got to sleep after the kid killing and all that?
Yeah. I mean, I had to see how it was all resolved.
Obviously.
Yeah.
You want to know.
He did some time. But again, they go a little light on child porn. Like, they don't, you got to call it the child abuse material. Sexual child abuse material.
Yeah.
Like, these guys.
What do you mean they go light?
They get slapped on the wrist. They do, like, not a lot of time. Like, I don't know why he's out now. Like, he's on probation, but I feel like that's one of those things where jail for life.
Especially since a lot of those guys, they think it's some big deal that they have to register as a sex offender. A lot of them get scooped back up because they never did that. So I don't even know who's in charge of that.
He was creating his own, too, because he had a stepdaughter, and he was filming her secretly and stuff. It was real gross. Yeah, it was, I was having fun with some cursed pirates, fall asleep, and then wake up to that.
There was a story, I think the dude's getting like 25 years, but there was a story about some young guy, a Parma cop, who I think had only been on the job for like 2 years, and this guy had tons of child porn on his computer and his phone. A cop in Parma.
Not a lot of that with cops.
And, young dude. But he got some time. I've got to take a break here. Hey, want to go to the Guardians? Tampa Bay Rays are going to be in town, and I'll have a 4-pack of tickets for you. That's going to be mid-September. Saturday the 14th at Progressive Field is when I will set you up. We'll do that coming back. 35192. Text me for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
The bed bug guy went to Jeffrey's house. Bugs all over the place. You can see pictures here. Live bugs, bug excrement all over the mattress. All this crap piled up on top of the mattress.
We got to move. What's that puff of cotton? What is that?
Cotton.
For
Why
what?
do you have
Cotton? Just are you trying to make
couch pillows? I had to empty those out so I could take them to the laundry mat and.
You laundered just balls of cotton? You sing songs while you're doing it?
Swing low, sweet chariot.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken
from the Bath Authority Studios.
The buzzer.
The home of the buzzer.
The buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Guardians before we get into postseason ball. They're going to be playing on the Tampa Bay Rays. Taking them on Saturday, September the 14th. Not far off. It's a 6:10 start at Progressive Field. If you have the MLB Ballpark app on your phone, you understand how much easier that makes the whole process for you. I got 4 tickets for you. You and 3 pals. Guardians, Rays, coming up on the 14th. Around the corner here. So good luck. Caller 10. These tickets are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When the world just seems too crazy. Gaze into the eyes of a child because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Got some classic Rush. WMMS. Off the first Rush record. This is pre-Neil Peart. Their original drummer, guy named John Rutsey, played all these songs. But he was also a diabetic. John Rutsey was not a guy who didn't consider himself willing or able to go on tour. And Rush, obviously, was trying to break into the United States. And so John Rutsey left, and they found themselves a guy by the name of Neil Peart, who obviously would turn Rush into the powerhouse that they became. But it was this radio station that broke them in the United States. It was 50 years ago today, August 26, 1974, that Rush did their first American radio broadcast on WMMS. They had been here a couple of times before. They had opened for bands in the States. They went out with ZZ Top, that opening slot where you get like 25 minutes to play. And when you're Rush and you're playing, 7-minute songs, that doesn't give you a great, Working Man it's on the high end of, I guess, their song length, about 7.5 minutes, but, and then they would open for Uriah Heep at Public Auditorium, but they weren't getting a lot of attention. And there was a woman here at the time, Donna Halper, who had been the music director at MMS, very prominent in the history of this radio station. She was on here many, many years ago. We were talking about Rush or something. And MMS and Donna Halper were the ones who pretty much broke Rush in the United States. And so that's why they did one of their live albums here just 10, 15 years ago, right? They did it at what was still the Q, I think. And after the death of Neil Peart, they were kind of like, well, I think we're done. But you start to hear more and more rumblings. We had Geddy Lee on maybe a year and a half ago talking about his book, and you start to hear more and more rumblings of maybe something happening in the Rush camp. Because other musicians who are huge Rush fans are like, it would be great if you guys could do something. But I don't think that they have any. It's not like they need the money, obviously. And if they want to be creatively fulfilled, I don't know that their idea of a good time is going out and playing Rush songs. Without the guy, by the way, who was their primary lyricist. Early on, it was Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson that were writing the songs. But Neil Peart would become their primary lyricist. And their drummer, obviously. But 50 years ago today, you may have even heard it. I didn't, because I wasn't living here, and I was 3. But it was MMS breaking Rush in the United States. And it was nothing but wine and roses, and I have to imagine poutine from that point on. And so, back then you could really get behind a band. And there, again, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of WMMS in 2018. So there's no way to know what anniversary we would be celebrating this year for WMMS. But the history of this radio station is well documented. And the history of the radio station with Rush, well documented. What would it be, Mary, if we celebrated our 50th anniversary in 2018? And so now it's 2024. So 2018 was 50 years for WMMS. We had a big old party. I met a guy actually on the cruise whose mom was on MMS back in the day.
Okay.
And I think I met her because there were some of the OGs that were at that big party we had in 2018. Okay, so 2018 was the 50th anniversary. We had Ozzy, right, at Blossom, did a big sold-out show there. Let's see if I can do the math on this. So that was
How long ago was 2018? How many
That was
years
10
ago?
years ago.
Close. Try again.
Carry to 6. That was 6 years ago.
Okay, so then
Because it's 2024.
What's 50 plus 6?
I'm going to say 56.
Remember, we're in the Eastern time zone.
I'm going to still say 56.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So we would be celebrating the 56th anniversary of this radio station.
What about the pandemic?
That takes it out.
Yeah.
Well, you got to remove those. Do you remove those anniversaries? I mean,
You double them.
we were the only ones coming in every day. So if anybody should get to add them, we should. We never stopped coming in. Okay, so this year is the 56th anniversary of WMMS. So that would mean, if I'm doing the math correctly again, that our 60th anniversary, believe it or not, would be in... God damn it, I had it and I lost it. 56. Our 60th anniversary would be in 2032.
Nailed it.
Is that the one?
Yes.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, good. Well, I feel better about myself. I was feeling really stupid there for a minute, Mary. I felt like a real dummy dum-dum for a minute. So anyway, a lot has happened in 50 years of Rush and WMMS. The station has outlived the band. Ironically. Of course.
Take that, Canucks.
The music, obviously, the music will live forever. I mean, that's the beauty of being a musician. Even if you aren't a musician who arrives at any appreciable level of success, everything you've got, your legacy has been recorded. Right? I have these giant bins in my basement, these giant plastic tubs, and they're labeled. And what they are is, I have these small binders, and there are dozens of them. And in these binders... Binders of women from the Mitt Romney camp. That's right. Yes?
Remember when that was crazy?
I didn't want to talk about it, but I did work on the 2012 Romney campaign. And and in these little binders are mini discs that are episodes of my show over the years. And now, unfortunately, mini disc is a dead format. So I have a mini disc player that in a pinch I could listen to something. But these tubs, that represents the totality thus far of my career. And I think it's fitting that the bulk of it is on a dead format. And so if I were to go through and dig, I could go back and find one that would, for instance, say July 8th, 2001. That show will be in there, right? But if you're an artist, if you're Rush, you don't have these in tubs. You've got, your legacy is in other people's homes. Your legacy is in other people's hearts and minds. You've got the gold and platinum albums on the wall, but your legacy is with other people. When we're all gone from this, it will be a faint memory. The Rush will last forever. Oh, hold on, remember. Okay, so get a load of this.
Uh-oh.
There's a hard pivot here. I ran over another animal.
Oh, jeez.
So
because you were in a rush?
No. Good pun, though. No, I get it. There was some transitional material there, and I do appreciate it. No, that's not what No, I'm driving to the gym this morning, so it's still dark. It's about 5:45, and I see it out of the corner of my eye. And I'm not going at a clip, right? I got time, so I'm probably going 27 miles per hour.
Speeding.
No.
It's illegal.
Nope. There's nobody out. And right there, like just enough of it to get like the headlight flash in the eyes of this raccoon who bolts right out. And I kind of do the thing where I don't hard brake, but I tap because I'm like, oh, it'll get past me. Nope. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk. I full on blast this raccoon into the road. I don't know what's going on with these animals now, because you used to always be able to count on these animals to be able to navigate the automobiles. Like you think you're going to hit them, but they've weaved their way through your wheels and undercarriage. Nope. I full on plowed over this raccoon.
Actually, sending you footage. You probably didn't know, but there is footage of it.
All right. Well, okay.
Hopefully.
Somebody this morning, when I least suspected it, in my hour of need, they caught it, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me see if I can find it.
All right. It starts at the 22-second mark. 21-second mark.
Now, this isn't going to incriminate me in any way, I hope.
You'll see.
Okay. The 22-second mark.
Hopefully.
Let me find that there, and then we'll...
The back roads and byways of America. Roadkill. Caught on tape.
How many times are they going to show that?
I mean, that's basically all you do now is you drive around hitting raccoons, just killing animals.
I went 52 years without so much.
And then in 1
as
month,
bumping a squirrel. And then in 6 weeks.
And it's all caught on tape.
I full on plow over. There was that otter or something up in northern Michigan. And then this raccoon this morning. Now, I know that a raccoon, obviously, it can't dart as quickly as like a squirrel or a chipmunk or something. But it used to be that, like, if an animal even got near a car, they'd go back from whence they came, right? So something's going on. I know that where I live, deer don't care at all if there's people around anymore. And it might be true where you live, too. Deer, again, listen, we have encroached on their territory, but deer could not care less. They're not skittish. There's whole families crossing the street. That happened on my way to work today. But the raccoon...
They're lucky you didn't kill them.
No, I had plenty. The sun was out. It was plenty of time for me to see what was going on. But it was dark when this raccoon jumped out. And so I have 2 kills, Bill, under my belt.
That you're willing to tell us about. I imagine there's
no. Listen,
more than that.
I am fully candid with you and this audience. I would tell you, and it gives me no pleasure to report this to you, by the way, because I have to think there's probably a family of raccoons waiting for this thing to come back. Now, when I was driving home from the gym, it was nowhere to be seen. So I don't know if it got scooped up.
Yeah, RFK got it already.
Yeah. No, because I was reading about what kind of jogged my memory was I was reading about this bald eagle that they were trying to nurse back to health somewhere outside of St. Louis. And they said, oh, this bird is injured. And they took more of a look at it. They were doing some tests and they go, oh, it's not injured at all. It can't fly because it's too fat to fly because it had eaten a raccoon.
Oh.
The bald eagle was healthy but engorged with raccoon was what they said. Too fat to fly. Now, I didn't know, are eagles birds of prey?
Yeah. Yes.
They are. Okay, yes. I don't know anything about them. I know that they're the symbol of America, but I don't know anything about them. Okay, so this isn't some psychotic eagle. He was like, they say that obviously they think the raccoon was roadkill. The raccoon's paw is visible inside the eagle's stomach in one of the x-rays.
Ooh.
So it was too fat to fly. Something you'll never run into, by the way, on Delta Airlines.
Is that a transition? Do we have a Delta story?
Nope, they'll take whoever you got.
It's coming next.
Nope. I have to buy. Eagle has to buy 2 seats though.
Yeah. Hey, Mark.
Yes, Alan.
How are you?
I'm good. Long-time listener. I just wanted to comment on the Rush. You're talking about Rush, the first album.
Yeah.
And WMS did break them out. It was what they had back in the day was a 101 night out, like a Monday night. $1 was admission at the old Cleveland Agora, 1730 East 24th Street. And Rush played there. Old DJ alum Kid Leo.
Yeah.
And Donna Helper.
Yep.
Were great big promoters of Rush way back in the day. Myself, unfortunately, I was only 17 years old, and you need to be 18 to get into the Agora.
Oh, that was my next question, Mark, as if you were actually there and privy to the whole thing.
No, I didn't, but I remember hearing it. I remember on the radio, and I think I also have some copies of the old Cleveland Scene newspaper.
Wow.
Of that concert.
Well, you have to consider, Mark, you got to think about an alternate universe in which WMMS never championed that band, right? I mean, it's likely somebody else might have, and things would have moved as they have, but you always think of an alternate universe in which Rush remains some trio from Canada that not that many people know.
Right. True. There was also another band that came in from Canada, 3-man trio also, called Triumph.
Triumph.
Had them at a 101 night out, too.
Yeah, for me to poop on.
No, I'll tell you what. When I was on in Detroit, we played a lot of Triumph because we're right across the river from Canada in Detroit.
True.
And so we played a lot, rock radio in Detroit, we played a lot more like Canadian rock bands than you normally would the farther south you go. We played a lot of Triumph. And I like Triumph. I mean, they're never a band that springs to mind, but anytime I played them or heard them, I liked them, boy.
Right. What were you on there? The riff?
No. I was on 106.7. It's been 100 different things. I think it's back to what it was when I was there, but I was on in the morning there for like 5 years. And it was, we played a lot of Triumph, and yeah, I like those guys. So, okay, thanks, Mark.
You're welcome, Alan.
Appreciate it, pal.
Thank you for making Cleveland Radio great all these decades.
You got
Aww.
it. What did he say?
Thanks for making Cleveland Radio great all these decades.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think he means MMS, not me.
No, just you, because you're old.
All right, thanks. Subdivisions might be my favorite Rush song. I did really start getting into Rush in the 80s, which for Rush fans is tantamount to blasphemy. Because that's when they got slick and keyboardy and all that. But that's when I was coming up. That's when I started playing drums when I was 11. And so that's when I was starting to pay attention to these things. I couldn't replicate Rush songs for quite some time. But, of course, Mary knows YYZ. That's the one that she knows. Yeah. The airport code for Pearson Airport, of course. Their homage to their hometown airport. Of course, all drum nerd stuff. So if Brian and I were listening to this, we'd probably, would we be sitting side by side with our pants around our ankles? Is that normally how that goes?
That's up to you guys. I don't really know.
Okay. You wouldn't think any less of us if we were to?
No, do whatever you want, man.
Yeah.
Love is love, you know?
A little downhill skiing action.
Dun, 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 dun.
And I'm going to end it there, Mary. Hey.
Edging you with that.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Cage the Elephant. I don't care if it's a noun or a verb. I got tickets for you. Cage the Elephant. Want to go see them? They're going to play September 9th at Blossom. Boy, these are getting closer and closer. I guess we're not far out from the end of the Blossom season, but September the 9th is a couple of Mondays from today. 2, if you were to count them out, with Young the Giant out there. So you want to go see that band, I'll hook you up. A little over an hour, 5:30 is going to be that next keyword of the day, the last one today, to put you in Vegas. Throw you $1,000, get you all set up for our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart
September the 9th, they'll be out at Blossom. LiveNation.com for any and all details on the show. This pair for you. You get the first 2 of the week. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians baseball, it is a doubleheader today. They lost the first one to the Kansas City Royals. So, second time around 6:40 tonight is when your first pitch will begin. You'll get it here on MMS. And on the iHeartRadio app, by the way, if you want to listen there. If you listen to us from out of state on the app, tell me where you do that. I know it's not always easy to listen on the app. It's as though this company is daring you to try to get through a single episode of this program. But I appreciate your concerted efforts. Evan listens in Minneapolis. Ryan is a bureau chief in Seattle. Sebastian listens in Salt Lake City. Mark is in Bayonne, New Jersey, right in Mary's backyard. Andrea is in Riverside, Illinois. That is far south suburban Chicago. And Selena is one of our bureau chiefs in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hey, AJ.
Hey. Hey, listen to you guys talk about Rush and then Triumph and MMS and role you all played back in the day. I'm old, so I remember all them times.
Yeah.
We went to concerts as often as we could. Rush, not really. We've seen them, had to be 76 maybe, at a place down in Youngstown, the old theater. I think they called it the Tomorrow Club, and then later I think it was an Agora thing. But seeing Rush down there one night, awesome show. Awesome show. I don't remember who was with him, but it was really cool.
Somebody texted me in the break and said that they live in Cleveland now, but they're Canadian, and Rush and Triumph played their high school in the 70s.
That's crazy.
I know. Think about that.
Well, the Triumph thing, they used to do a thing out in Trumbull County called the Mosquito Dam Jam, I think. They had a few shows, and I'm not sure if this was part of it or they were just playing there at the fair, but maybe early 80s, late 70s, Triumph, they set them up in the infield and the place was packed. And the story was we were all standing in the infield and my one friend had a pocket full of prophylactics. He blew them all up and bounced them all over the infield and up onto the stage, and the dudes were kicking around and didn't really know much of Triumph at the time, but well, obviously, we were big fans from then on.
Yeah, I have to think, too, that's pretty, the stereotypical Rush fan had no problem blowing up their condoms because they knew they weren't going to be using them. So they're like, hey, let's just make these into balloons, bro. We're all going home together, so.
Yeah, you hit that right on because dude was a Rush fan. He's the one that turned us on to Rush. And then later he was going, come on, we're going to go see a band called Triumph. So, yeah, same dude, but.
Yeah,
I think he did get laid somewhere along the line.
You have to. The Triumph had a song called "Lay It on the Line." AJ, you figure somebody's gonna, read between the lines and figure it out. Okay, thank you, pal.
Yeah, but MMS, cool.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. MMS, cool. 50 years ago today, Rush breaks in the U.S. Because of their first American radio broadcast on WMMS. What'd that guy say? Kid Leo. Who obviously predates all of us. You think we'll be here for the 60th anniversary of WMMS? That's 4 more years. You think the show will be here for 4 more years?
I think so.
I don't know. It's not up to me.
I think we can make it 4 more years. The last year of the radio existing? Yeah,
yeah, right? Yeah. Could you imagine if
all right.
Imagine if we
Could we
do...
be here? Could iHeart be here? Those are different questions.
Well, I guess those are two different questions. Yeah, who knows? But all above our respective pay grades, as it were. But I mean, imagine if, I guess that would be 5 years. 5 more years would be the 20th anniversary of this program in Cleveland. Yeah.
It's a long time, man.
It's a long.
Dude, that's a very long
15
time.
years already incredible.
Yeah, 15 years. Pretty wild.
Well, you're past 15. You're 16. Or is it coming up?
No,
on 16?
this Christmas will be my 15th anniversary.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
December 16th of
All
this
right.
year is my 15th anniversary.
So messed up. I want you here. In my room. I want you here. Now we're gonna be face to face. And I'll lay right down in my favorite place. And now I wanna be your dog. And now I wanna be your dog. And now I wanna.
I was playing this morning. Little Stooges, Iggy Pop and the Stooges. Because we got an email about International Dog Day. Did you get that email?
Oh, yeah.
They go, hey, there's a channel on the app that's pet radio.
What does that even mean? Is it just
I don't know.
cats
but
meowing
I
and birds
don't
chirping?
know.
what it is.
They're like, oh, if you got a picture of your dog, post it on social today. And I'm like, I would have if you hadn't asked me. But now I'm not going to. But yeah, International Dog Day. Dogs are great.
I love my dog.
You know how the Browns are celebrating International Dog Day? They put Nick Chubb on the pup list.
Oh, yeah.
AlanCoxShow.com.
Okay.
You know what that stands for, Mary?
Pretty unbearably perfect.
Nick Chubb! Hasta la vista, baby! Nick Chubb! Touchdown!
Would somebody be
Nailed it.
unbearably perfect?
Yeah.
It's the physically unable to perform.
Oh.
Now, this is, nobody wants to hear that phrase unless it's football, by the way. And even then,
it's not a great.
Right, but he's going to miss the first 4 games of the
Why'd
regular
you divorce your
season.
husband? He was on the pup list.
Pup list. He's physically unable to perform. Yeah,
He's on the pup list. Try Hims.
They said he's not going to be around at least until week 5. What did he have done?
Well,
His knee?
He had that horrific knee injury second
From
game
all that
of last season.
all that kneeling, I bet, during the Star-Spangled Banner.
Well, that was never him.
All that.
No, he got his knee destroyed
Got
in a
punched
dirty
the
play
wrong
by
way with
Minka
someone's shoulder.
Fitzpatrick, and so he's been recovering from that.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the pup list is what that be. By the way, they're always changing things in sports. This replaces the old terminology that they used for decades, as far as I can remember.
What was that?
Oh, yeah? Oh, you don't say? Bill, you know what?
I just want to make.
Bill, you know what
we were too subtle with the Richard
Yeah,
Karn
that's
thing.
right. Yes.
I want to make sure people know what's
I
coming.
want to put a spotlight on the whole thing. Yeah. Here it comes. You know what? The old, it's, of course, the pup list now, but it used to be football unable to perform assessment. They didn't want to use that anymore. They want something a little more compact, something a little bit more.
I got a different FUPA list.
There you go. So your boy Nick Chubb is going to be out until week 5, Mary. FYI.
Ooh, so scared, chubby wubby.
Of course, by that time, you'll be going to Giants games or Jets games, so you won't really care.
Because
Because
not that I don't care. I still like Nick Chubb, and I still want him to have a great career. I'm just not watching the Browns.
Right. Now, do you think that there's a way, much in the same way as when we were all here for the eclipse, it was Guardians opening day. This was a day. There are a lot of days you can call legendary, but the day of the full eclipse here in Cleveland, when we were all at Progressive Field, that's a day that will stick in most people's brains. I think it's fair to say that.
That's cool.
The rare occasion in which everything kind of came together here in Cleveland on the perfect day. But, you know, we had the MMS glasses that we were passing out. Some people went low tech. They just had a little piece of cardboard and poked a hole in it, looked at the eclipse that way. Do you think that you could employ similar technology to do something like that, to watch Nick Chubb, but not the rest of the Browns?
Oh, maybe. Like eclipse glasses, but only for him?
Yeah. Well, you watch him through the pinhole.
Big pinhole.
And you won't have to, you'll have the first 4 weeks of the regular season to really hammer out the design. Because he won't be in there. Yeah.
No, I Chubb cam.
Yeah. Mary's Chubb cam.
Be specific about that one, too.
Nope. Will not.
Going to put him on the football unable to perform assessment, Mary.
Alan, it's Teresa T. So, they say never meet your idols, your heroes, but you are really an exquisite man, a mensch, if I do say so myself, and I will because I just did. And if anybody hasn't met you, one of your customers, they should, because you are awesome, the best. Thank you.
Do you hear what's happening here?
Yeah, Teresa's a sweetheart.
I mean, here I meet her on the Captain Fun's floating fandango, and it turns into what'd she call me? Exquisite?
Yeah, and a mensch.
I've been called a lot of things. I don't know that I've ever been called exquisite. It feels a little. What's the word I'm looking for?
Party poopy?
No. Yeah, it was that. No, it's a compound word, Bill. It feels a little effeminate. But I've been called that a lot, too, since I was younger, since I was a little slip of a lass. But thank you, Teresa. I appreciate it. I think I remember meeting Teresa. She was lovely. She was with some other people. Yeah, we had a great time on the cruise. Still a lot of people leaving their messages and have a lot of fun. So thank you for coming along. Thank you if you, there's no reason for me to thank you, but just kind of the umbrella thank you. Thank you if you were in Bill's pool. He's too modest to thank you.
I thanked everybody for coming. It's a good time.
But, you know. And, you know, Mary did her thing, too.
Went and saw a movie.
Went and saw a movie. Right.
How
and
things
the
have
rest of us
changed.
went to the flats. I know, right? Sober Mary, I mean, a few years ago, she probably wouldn't have gone to the pool. She would have come with us
Yeah, I'd
to the
gone out.
flats, up to the roof, started out at that farm joint, did some tequila shots.
Oh, yes.
Moved on a couple doors down, and then up to the roof.
Oh, yeah.
That glamper place.
Love a rooftop.
With all the AstroTurf. Did some more shots. Sat around.
Fall
Convo
asleep.
with some friends.
Oh.
Met some more listeners. Had a high old time.
I'd have passed out on a toilet somewhere. Tried to fight somebody, maybe falling down.
I would have come and I would have found you.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course. At this point in the game, if you were still drunk mayor, yeah, I would have.
Fired. I wouldn't be on this show.
I would have.
Drunk mayor.
I don't know. No, I was gonna say something. I'm not gonna say something.
Uh-oh.
No, not about you. No. I'm just, now listen. Who knows? We would have gotten you into a program or something.
Yeah.
But I just remember, like, Mary goes, I think you've seen more movies this year in the theater than I have.
Yeah.
You used
I've
to be
been
like,
going a lot.
You're like, you used to be like, I hate going to movies. I feel like I'm wasting time. I don't like these. And now you're, yeah. Probably, I think I've been to like 3 movies this year.
I haven't been to that many. I mean, I saw Long Legs. I saw this Don't Blink. I think that's it.
Long Legs is on VOD now, so I'm going to end up seeing it on TV.
Sure you will.
No, I will. I wanted to see it in the theater. Now I'll have to watch it I'm not going to go to the theater now if it's on my TV.
Right.
I just wanted to see it in the theater. But they dropped it, I think, on Friday. It's on VOD. So
Yeah, I think I've only seen 2.
Okay.
They've just been back to back.
Back
They
to-
were just one was last month and one was like with 3 weeks apart.
Well, then maybe now, are you implying that there'll now be a cinematic drought? You won't see any more for a while.
I don't know. I want to see the
Beetlejuice.
I want to see Beetlejuice. I want to see It Ends With Us because I read the book.
Oh, God.
I read the book.
No, I get it. When I went to see Alien Romulus, like everybody, I went in the middle of the afternoon. I was like, this is going to be a piece of cake, right? Nobody's going to be here. Maybe a couple of people taking their kids to see whatever the latest cartoon is or whatever. I'm going to get up there. There were so many lines because it was all middle-aged women, like a bus had pulled a church group up or something. They were all going to see that goddamn Blake Lively movie because they had, I assume, had all read the book.
Yeah. It's like a very,
You
very
would have dropped,
popular book.
had you been with them, you would have dropped the median age of that group by about 20 years.
I don't know about all that. I mean,
I'm just
it's not that
telling you
she's
who,
like a
I'm
old
telling you
lady
who,
writer.
I'm telling you who I saw.
Yeah.
No, but that's who those books are for.
It's not a romance. It's about domestic violence.
I know. That's why all these older ladies were there. They were probably DV survivors,
Yeah.
and somebody bust them in. I mean, God bless them, but I mean, they were all going to that, you know. Because under any other circumstances, that's the kind of movie that would be in one theater, and they'd show it a few times a day. But at least where I went, they had it on 2 theaters.
Well, it's a huge book. That was a massive book for Colleen Hoover.
You mean thick?
No, like successful.
Oh.
Sold a lot of copies.
It wasn't a thick boy book.
Not
It
really,
wasn't a
not that
tome.
much. No,
Wow. Okay. Well, maybe Bill and I'll read it.
you won't.
No, you're right. We won't.
I'd probably do the audio version anyway.
Oh, who narrates? Does Blake Lively narrate the book, or does Colleen Hoover do it?
No, it's actually
no idea.
done by Mary Santora as Bill Squire.
Okay.
This is It Starts With Us by Colleen Hoover.
It Ends With Us.
This is It Ends With Us by Colleen Hoover.
You're getting it. You're getting there.
No, she has a book called It Starts With Us.
That's the second one. It Ends With Us comes first, and then It Starts With Us.
Oh. Well,
That's
then
confusing.
I'm right.
No,
She has a book called It Starts With Us. That's just
Yes.
not the book of the movie.
it's not the one we're talking about.
Have you read all of her books?
Not all of them. I've read those 2.
She has one
and
called Slammed.
I've never read that
What is
one.
that about?
The Verity one is.
What did she say
probably
that
one of
made
the
him
best
do that
books I've
stuff,
ever
though?
So this isn't, because it sounds like, I thought it was It Ends With U.S., and that sounded like a Kevin Costner movie. It's It
Yeah.
Ends With Us.
It Ends With Us.
Thank you. Okay. But they're also.
What was the original pup list name?
I'm sorry?
The pup list, the physically unable to perform.
Physically, it was football unable to perform assessment.
There you go.
Football, unable to perform.
Yes. Well,
comma.
listen, these people have been, they're not grammar, they've been hit in the head a lot. This is the players' union who came up with that. I think the league came up with physically unable to perform. And I think that's a little bit of gaslighting the players because you don't want to be on that list. You don't want to be called that. I think that's been a pretty sneaky way to get these guys trying to rehab themselves and back to work as quickly as possible so that they don't have to be referred to as on the physically unable to perform list. I think there's some subliminal messaging going on there with these guys. They are competitors, fierce ones. They want to be out there. But, yeah. Okay, I'm going to break. I will have a shot for you to get to Vegas in under 1 hour. About 5:30 will be the last keyword of the day. You get a handful of them every day. It is $1,000 off the bat because you're going to be in Vegas. And then you and a friend headed to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. As of this morning, they've added about a half a dozen different acts to the thing. And we'll get you out there. Fly you out, put you up, whole bit. So we'll do that later on. Text me for anything, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see
call the Alan Cox Show.
The buzzard. The buzzard. Alan Cox Show on the buzzard.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
No student can escape the magic of Lunch Lady Land. Oh, hoagies and grinders, hoagies and grinders, hoagies and grinders, navy beans, navy beans, navy beans. Hoagies and grinders, hoagies and grinders, navy beans, meatloaf sandwich, sloppy go, sloppy go.
Some Sandler from back in the day. Lunch Lady Land, they did it on SNL. Farley was dressed up as the lunch lady, and of course he would do that song live. I was looking at a story from back home, kind of. There's a school district in a suburb where a friend of mine lives. And they sent their students home for the second day in a row early because they don't have enough lunch ladies. They don't have enough people able to work in the food service part of the school. They said, so they put a thing on Facebook. They send a message out to all the parents. And they say, because we have a shortage, I guess they don't call them lunch ladies anymore. There's all manner of people who work in elementary school cafeterias or high school, whatever. But it was the second day in a row that they sent everybody home a little bit after 11 a.m. because they said that they don't have enough certified food service personnel. And so they had to get, it's not just a matter of sending everybody home early. They had to get all of the bus drivers together, too. So you got to take these people home. What if you're a kid who packs a lunch? Like, I brown bagged it to school. I didn't ever get food from the cafeteria. I mean, you're going home early because they don't have enough lunch ladies. That doesn't seem like something they would do. I don't even think if schools get, I don't know if they even get hoagies and grinders anymore. Or a meatloaf sandwich.
Navy beans, navy beans, navy beans.
Meatloaf sandwich. So, yeah, just sending kids home early. They go, we don't have enough people. I thought it was companies. I didn't think that it was like a long time ago. It was like, yeah, the lunch lady was somebody's mom. But now a lot of schools have contracts with companies where their people work in the cafeteria.
I thought it was just like employees of, like a regular job you applied for. You were just an employee.
I think in some places it is, but maybe that's the situation here. I don't know.
It's going to blow your guys' mind. I had no idea how the lunch ladies at my school got their jobs.
You never asked?
No. I didn't ever go through the line and go, are you guys employees of the school or do you work for a different company?
Are you guys, is this a union gig?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Because I think you might be due for a break here in a few minutes.
How do you get the pizza to be gray?
Is your hairnet issued to you, or do you have to buy your own?
And then they reimburse you, or do they provide them for you?
Mm-hmm. Well, the lunch ladies, on the rare occasion that I would go through the line, the lunch ladies at my high school were like a combination of women who worked for the school and then like moms that would volunteer.
Yeah. Ours were like ladies from the community, someone's aunt or whatever.
Yeah.
I had free lunch, kindergarten through high school.
Because you were poor.
Because we were poor.
Yeah.
You had to make under a certain amount of money per like household in order to qualify for free lunch.
And what was that free lunch? What did that consist of?
It was the same lunch, right?
It's the same lunch, but I remember in elementary school, and this could be a Mandela effect where I'm not remembering it correctly, but you had to put in, there were only 3 options. There was red lunch, blue lunch, and free lunch. And from what I remember, you had like a popsicle stick that you'd put your name, and you'd go pick, there was red lunch option, blue lunch option, and then I thought there was free lunch option.
Wait,
where
these
we
weren't
didn't get to choose.
These weren't the actual colors of the lunch.
No, it was
these
just
were the
so
groups. Yeah.
It's so they knew how much to make of each thing.
It's like, what's a blue lunch? I mean,
No,
a
red lunch, blue lunch, or I thought free lunch was an option, and then my brothers were like, "No, you made that up. That was never a thing." Because I thought there was like a red popsicle stick, a blue popsicle stick, and a yellow one, but maybe not.
So what did the free lunch consist of?
I don't remember that long ago, but it was always the same thing. It was like chicken nuggets, then you get like a side.
They weren't like, just bring them the peanut butter sandwich.
See, that's what I thought it was, to be honest. Where it was like, you don't get to choose, you just get whatever is left.
Yeah.
But I guess that's not true.
I think it's probably
that's not true.
Blue and red was probably allergy based or something.
No, it was you only had two options. It was like you either get like pizza or tacos, and you got to choose before a certain amount of time in the day. Like you had to pick which one you wanted, red lunch or blue lunch, by like 10 a.m.
And if you didn't, you were out of luck.
I think if you didn't, you just kind of got whatever. I don't know.
Whatever was available.
They said you wanted blue, but you get red.
Yeah. I don't remember, because this was elementary school, so I don't really remember exactly how it happened, but I do remember there being two, like a red lunch and a blue lunch. And then after that, in like middle school and high school, there was like a plate lunch option where it was like, if you were on free lunch, you get this today. Today's pizza day. Tomorrow's nugget day. But then you could purchase anything else. Like they had the Bosco sticks, which were like...
Oh, yeah, they still have those.
Yeah, Bosco sticks or like milkshakes. They had other stuff you could buy, chicken sandwich, but if you were on the free lunch, you just got whatever that plate lunch option was that day.
I got in trouble.
You got in trouble?
At lunch because for a week, I thought it was funny to, like, I'd throw the whole tray away when we leave because they're like the... And
why?
They were, I don't know.
You were that kid?
It made my friends laugh, and I was like, well, I'm going to keep doing that. And then they caught me doing it, and so.
Did they make you reach in and fish the tray out?
Yeah, and then I had to.
Among all of the chewed lunches?
A week of lunchtime detentions.
Hey, Dawn.
Oh, Alan.
Hi.
It's been a minute.
How are you?
This is Dawn that's been listening to you since you first started.
Hi, Dawn.
Hi, and you know what? Believe it or not, I'm a Rush fan and a former lunch lady. That's kind of an oxymoron.
This is all coming together.
But no, and that was saying, so other than being a Rush fan, for me, I go back a little bit more than you. So for me, 2112, which is one side of a whole album, is one of the greatest, composition ever. Meantime, lunch lady, okay, they were moms, pretty much moms that worked at the thing, but their kids were in the school. All my kids were at the same school. So I volunteered, but we got paid $5 at one time for like 3 hours worth of work, and I rallied to get us $10.
Hey, she Norma Raid that bitch.
Hey,
yeah.
I rallied for that because I thought, okay, I didn't mind doing this, and it really was fun. I saw my kids got lunch maybe once a week when I was there because it was the tacos or the pizza. We usually had a salad, but I also rallied for healthier food. And they told me, the diocese controls what we buy, what we have to buy.
Oh, this was Catholic school.
Right.
This is parochial school, yeah. Okay.
Parochial. So it was, and I was like, some of these things I didn't want to feed the kids. That's why my kids basically took, a bag lunch. So going back to Bill now, other than them throwing away their trays that their parents paid for, is they would throw out their full lunches, their bag lunches, and then go and get snacks. And guess who called them out on it?
Oh, you did.
Dawn did.
So embarrassed. Oh.
I'm surprised the diocese weren't like, yeah, we should get these kids healthier food so they're hotter.
Right.
We need them in good shape. We got to get them fatter so they can't run as fast.
Yeah, no, the one kid threw his lunch and it had his name on it. So I pulled it out. I called him out on it, and it had like an apple and a sandwich. And I'm like, your mom made this lunch for you. So me and Sister Veronica took all the stuff the kids threw away and put it on a table just to kind of show them. Again, I had 4 kids.
I didn't throw my food out, but I had no tradable food in my lunches whatsoever. I had nothing that anyone would want because I'm going to school with like peanut butter and honey and wheat thins in a Ziploc bag. And it was like, my mom not sending us with junk and stuff, but it was like I was desperate to trade with someone for something, and I had I wasn't even in the game. I had no tradable options whatsoever. so I
They
choked
gave
it
back
down.
to Mary about if you had no lunch, we were allowed to give them a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a milk. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So I'd always grab something from the back. And then when peanut butter became outlawed, we had to give them a jelly sandwich. So I'd always sneak in back and give them more food. I know it isn't. I'm really blowing this up. I love you guys.
All right, thank you,
set
Dawn.
me off in a really good place, okay? And I really miss you.
All right.
And I hope to see you soon.
Miss you too. There's
No
Dawn,
student can escape the
former
magic of
lunch lady. Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate it.
Lunch lady land. Oh, hoagies and grinders, hoagies and grinders, hoagies and grinders, navy beans, navy beans, navy beans. Hoagies and grinders, hoagies and grinders, navy beans, meatloaf sandwich, sloppy joe, sloppy joe.
That's how old that song is. He was doing an Axl Rose impression, and that was a very current reference when he did that song. Hey, Bill, hello.
New special out tomorrow on Netflix.
Axl Rose?
Yes, Axl, not Adam Sandler. Axl. Yes.
I bet Axl Rose isn't very funny.
I got news about Adam Sandler too. No, I'm kidding. I love him.
I was watching. I'll get to you in a second here, Bill. But since we're on the subject, very, very briefly, Langston Kerman.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah,
Known him a long time.
He dropped a new one on Netflix that I think Mulaney directed. It's very funny.
Yeah, Langston's very
Did it at the Green Mill in Chicago. Bill, go ahead.
Hey, I was just calling in about the school lunch thing.
Yes.
My kids go to private school, and now they just have numbers they put in, like a 4-digit code or 5-digit code. And a couple of my son's friends are on like the free lunch list or whatever. And that way, like, nobody knows. They still have a 5-digit code, just like my kids and the kids behind them. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of feel really bad that she had to stand in a line that's the free lunch line. Like, that's messed up. You know, nobody should have to know, like, hey, that kid's getting free lunch. Like,
I
that's
see what
kinda-
you mean. To set them apart and make them a target for being ostracized. You mean?
I mean, yeah, that's not right. But I mean, you need help. But regardless, I could say at least over here they've changed it to where you put in your code and it's good to go. Nobody knows anything. But I mean, obviously the kid won't be getting extra like snack bars or an extra chocolate milk like other kids might. But you know.
But the trade-off is that
at least they get a meal.
And you remain anonymous.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's a good trade-off. Okay, thank you, Bill.
Leslie, who was part of the Bill Squire crew.
The pool squad.
Whatever we want to call it.
Post-cruise.
Yeah.
Yep.
She was saying that she went to Parma and they had a very distinct, crappy free lunch program.
See, I'm telling you, I think it ended after elementary school because I don't remember that option for high school and middle school, but there was like, this is it. If you have plate lunch, this is what you get. You don't really get to pick and choose.
Yeah, she said it was either like some days it'd be pizza, but it was mostly like a crappy peanut butter sandwich type thing.
Crappy peanut butter sandwich
graham
type
cracker,
thing.
peanut butter, and jelly that was wafer thin.
I remember those.
Wafer thin.
Those were one of the options. It was like the peanut butter and jelly graham cracker or whatever the plate lunch was, which would be your fiestada or your chicken nuggets or whatever. But like we never could get burgers or chicken sandwiches or anything off of like the a la carte lines. Wasn't an option for if you had free lunch.
Oh boy.
You couldn't swap it out. But I also heard a rumor. Someone told me this when I was in high school. I don't know if it's true or not. That all of the free lunches, if you're on plate lunch, it had 2,000 calories in it because they weren't sure if kids on free lunch would be eating at home. So it would they would have to put all of the
Like
food
a
that you would
full
need.
day's worth of calories in it?
All of the food you would need in an entire day would be in that school lunch. I don't know if that's true or not. That was like a rumor that I heard.
I wonder who started that rumor.
I think they were probably trying to call somebody fat or something. I don't know.
Hey,
I'm
girl,
sure it
you getting all your
started-
calories
yeah.
at once?
Started maliciously, I'm sure, but
Yeah. Well, the reviews are in from the audience on me running over that raccoon. They see Critter Killer. They see Coon Crusher. They see Carcass Cruncher.
Murderer! You're nothing but a murderer! Murderer!
Brian's got some thoughts on it, too.
I got a message from a former lunch lady. She said, I was a lunch lady at Avon, and free lunch got the same food, but if you didn't have money on your account and you came up to the register, then they threw away the hot meal and gave you a cheese sandwich.
Oh, no.
That's so mean.
Oh,
See, I don't think we had accounts with money on them.
Yeah.
I think that was after I graduated in 2008. And I could be wrong, but I feel like it was more you just paid as you went. You had cash only. I don't think your parents could load anything. But again, I wouldn't know.
And then she said,
she said load.
Yeah, that's funny. And kids that got free lunch also got breakfast in the morning and then a snack like a bag, peanut butter and jelly or something to take home for dinner in case they didn't have it at home. So that's nice. That's good.
A bag of peanut butter and jelly? What did you say?
Like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich to take home. In case they didn't have it.
That is nice.
You just had to get there at like 6 a.m. to get your free breakfast.
Alan, I told my mom that lunch was more expensive than it was and pocketed the difference.
Oh.
Well, that's a flex, too.
So we got
but I mean,
some savvy
until mom
listeners.
asks somebody else how much lunch costs.
Right.
I've been giving you $10 a day. You mean it's not steak and frites there every single day? Because we need to have a conversation.
Thank you, Captain Fun.
Oh, Intense Randy has checked in, Bill.
Oh, okay.
In case you were waiting.
Thank you, Captain Fun. I really had a good time. Thank you, Bill, for saying that wasn't so intense. Hi, Mary. You look great in your boots. I really wanted to meet your sister to put a face with the stories, but it is what it is. Alan, thank you again. And I can't believe you didn't like my idea about the Captain Fun's floating fandango comedy tour. Love me, love me, love me.
Well, I don't remember that, Randy. I'm sorry. I don't remember you pitching the what?
Captain Fun's floating
Fandango
comedy
tour. Yeah.
I had someone pitch.
I'd
me
like
the
them to just
idea.
get back to the regular one. How about that?
Yeah.
That would be fun. Please go ahead.
Someone pitched you what?
I had someone pitch me the idea that we did a Caribbean cruise where people could buy like a week-long ticket.
Of course.
That
There you go.
go like
Yeah.
legitimately go down to Florida, do a 6-day cruise or whatever. And I'm like, man, I don't like boats. You know, Lake Erie cruise is different. We're not going that far out. But
Yeah,
like the thought of being on a
week-long
cruise ship,
cruise, yeah.
that terrifies
Of
me.
course, I get it.
But you'd have Alan there and me there.
Yeah, Alan
And-
the consoler. That's who I'd have there for when I'm freaking
and
out.
all of our customers.
Yeah,
To keep
Yeah.
it really
24-hour access.
Yes, they know where your cabin is. They can find you in the middle of the night when they're drunk. Oh. Well, fortunately, we work for iHeart, and that will never, ever happen. So you can sleep the sleep of angels, Mary Lynn. Although our own Bill Squire might have just inspired me.
Huh?
You know, I'm always looking for new content for AC Prank Pony.
Oh.
And I'm thinking of going to local schools and throwing away their trays. You just got P-ranked. How about that? Ah. Bernie Mac style. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Alan, we had a Taco Bell in my high school.
What?
What the hell?
You got P-ranked with a T-Bell. They only sold hamburgers. That was the prank.
I remember seniors were allowed to leave for lunch. You could like go to, if you had a car. Like
You
drive
leave
up to
campus, yeah.
Yeah, drive up to McDonald's, just come back, be back on time kind of a thing. But that was
that would have
only
been cool if they would have let us do it. I did it anyway, but it would have been cool if I didn't get in trouble for doing it.
only seniors were allowed to do that.
Yeah. My school is anybody with a car could do it.
They said you can't leave school unless you like there was none of that. But the thing is, they didn't have enough security guards to really stop you. So
All they could do is say, hey,
Yeah.
maybe they'd see
or you
you.
just forge a note and be like, yeah, I get to leave, and then you just leave.
They didn't care.
I mean, they cared because I got in trouble for it, but I would still get away with it as much as I could.
Sure. You're playing the odds. They can't get me every time.
Yeah, odds are I'll make it out of there.
That's right. I'm Bill Squire. You just got P-ranked. I got out of here under your nose, security guard. How do you like that?
There'd be days where I would just stay in the lunchroom the whole time, too.
Like hide in the lunchroom?
I just hang out. Like, I would leave and then come back, and then there was a while I stopped going to, I had like a shop class, And the guy didn't really care what we did, so I just stopped going to that class and just went. And so I was taking 2 lunches every day.
Oh, like B lunch, C lunch, D lunch?
Yeah. So I'd take a couple of lunches and, just really, I like my time to myself. Well, not even to myself. I'd hang out with friends.
I was going to say, everybody's in the lunchroom.
I like to be in class. I like to be at lunch, hanging out. Wouldn't usually eat. I wasn't double up on eating lunches, but I would just hang out with people, play hacky sack, do dumb stuff like that.
Alan, being poor and getting a free lunch, one of the most embarrassing parts of my life. I always had to whip out the lunch card in front of everyone. See, just like this younger generation, always playing the lunch card.
So tell us more about your life. We'll tell you some more embarrassing parts of it.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, my lunch card? That's not what this is. This is my get out of class free card. You just got P-ranked! See? It's taken off like wildfire.
It is not.
It's not.
Wildfire, Mary, is what I said. Like wildfire.
I heard it.
Alan, bring in your roadkill and prepare it for free lunches. You just got P-ranked! How you like them raccoon Sammies? Well, you got to put the right sauce on it and the whole a little rabies shot comes with it. And one of those little paper ramekins, All right, I got to take a break. Hey, if you you want $50 to Blue Heron Brewery? They're down there in Medina. And they get a lot of 5 stars from a lot of people. Voted best brewery by Ohio craft brewers, who I have to think know what they're talking about. $50 to Blue Heron Brewery in Medina. They got a hell of a patio out there, too. So I'll do that. And then 5:30, another keyword, last one of the day. It's $1,000 and a chance for you to get to Vegas in a few weeks for our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
he become a serial bomber? And how did his evil acts save a man's life? Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint and start listening.
Heyo, let's get you some grub here. $50 gift card to Blue Heron Brewery right there in Pastoral and Bucolic, Medina, Ohio. Any kind of night you want to have. Date, family, girls, boys, whatever it is. Blue Heron, it's a fun hang. They got voted best brewery by Ohio craft brewers, who collectively, I have to assume, know what they're talking about. The menu's great. Patio's awesome. You can reserve your spot now at blueheronmedina.com. $50 to get you started to Blue Heron. Be caller 10, and this is yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you ever get the feeling that he doesn't love you,
don't you love me too?
Feel again. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
I got a grand for you here in a few minutes, about 7 or 8 minutes. Close to 5:30 as I can remember to get it. $1,000 in your pocket, and then a trip to Vegas for you and a friend, the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Now in its year, they've got the Black Crowes, and they've got other people. They've got Keith Urban. That's Mary's favorite.
Incorrect.
And what don't you like about him? You just don't like his voice.
I don't like the way. Yeah, I just don't like his voice. I like his song "Blue Ain't Your Color," but that's the only Keith Urban song that I like.
Is that about cops?
No.
They made some additions. They've added ASAP Rocky. For my estimation, okay, if you're going to talk about the ASAP mob, I know he gets the lion's share of the attention. But for me, it's always Yams. Dua Lipa, Paramore, Hosier. The Weeknd. Misprint here. There's only 2 E's in Weekend. And a special appearance by Coldplay's Chris Martin, who I have to think at this point we have on some kind of long-term contract. But anyway, they're all doing the T-Mobile Arena. It's the 20th and 21st of next month, so it's not far off. And there's still a handful of opportunities for you to win that trip. Guardians are going to be on the back half of a doubleheader against Kansas City Royals tonight. They lost the first one. That was 4-3 this afternoon. 6:40 is the first pitch around the corner here at Progressive Field. If you're not going to the game, you can listen here live on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Royals, Guardians, 6:40 tonight on MMS. And then the team sticks around because they're hosting the Pirates through the weekend because, of course, the Pirates can't play at home on Sunday. That's the Green Day Smashing Pumpkins show at PNC Park.
Oh, my name's Alan. I'm such a good person. Oh, except I run over raccoons. Ooh, I run over raccoons.
It's the na guy. He's been calling a lot. The na guy. Oh. First of all,
he got you pretty good.
Joke's on you because there isn't a person alive who has ever heard me say, I think I'm a good person. You will never hear those words come out of my mouth. So, to you, sir. Right. Well, people have thoughts on me inadvertently plowing over a raccoon this morning at about 5:45. Wasn't like I aimed for it. Wasn't like I was going too fast. It just, I guess neither one of us were able to gauge. I don't know why I always think that animals can gauge what's happening with an automobile, but clearly not. I'm actually more curious about what happened on my way back an hour later because it was gone. I expected to see it splattered across the street, and it was gone. I mean, by the time I got to the gym, I was inspecting my car for, like, guts in the treads or whatever. But It can't be my concern. Anyway, Guardians, tonight. Oh, my God.
I did not expect
Was
anything
that
to come
you?
out. Yeah.
I know you didn't expect it.
I thought it was going to be one of the ones that...
Nevertheless, your timing was perfect.
that was going to be one of the ones that bubbles in your throat and you can kind of just let the air out of your nose.
Oh, I get them all the time, and you guys make fun of me for them. Those are my burps.
That was gonna be. That's what I thought that was going to be.
Wow.
And it was not.
It was not that at all. It was a full-on something.
Sorry.
No, listen. We're all here just trying to do our thing, right? My Chicago White Sox in the record books again.
31 wins?
32? What a great time. The Chicago White Sox become the fastest team to 100 losses since 1916. Last night, the Chicago White Sox went down again to the Detroit Tigers. That was a 9-4 finish. Chicago is the fastest team to reach 100 losses. I can't even speak. I'm so bummed out.
Why'd they have so many lozenges?
Oh, I heard
Lawson's. It was
like
chip dip.
Lawson's. Oh,
Yeah.
Lawson.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Chicago's the fastest team to reach 100 losses in a season since the 1916 Philadelphia Athletics, a team that doesn't even exist in the same city anymore. White Sox manager Grady Sizemore said everyone in that locker room is aware of the record and how frustrating it is. You've got to get to a point where you look around and go, we are a professional baseball team. Like, what is happening here? You'd think by accident you wouldn't end up with 100 losses. They are on pace to lose 124 games, which would break the modern era record held since 1901 by the 62 Mets. That's the marquee, terrible team everybody talks about. They go, oh, hope we don't become the 62 Mets. They went 40-120. And so that's what's on these guys' brains. So at this point, they're probably so in their heads. They're like, it's beating a dead horse at this point. But how do you have a team of professional baseball players who are that bad? Because they're not this bad every season.
They missed the manifestation portal.
They missed something. But, I mean, these are guys, they're a team like any other. They're very highly paid. They're making a lot of money to play this game. And they're going to they're the fastest team to 100 losses since 1916. Simply no way to know how many years that is. But
it's like a million.
It's like a million years is the point. So, listen, I will never bail from the Chicago White Sox. But it's gotten to the point now where I went to the grocery store yesterday and I was picking up some stuff. And I grabbed my Sox cap and put it on. And I was like, somebody could easily point and laugh at me for this. They could point right at me and laugh, and I would know exactly what they were talking about. But it is one of my favorite caps. Alan, you probably just maimed that raccoon, and then it dragged itself off the road to die a painful death. Do animals drag themselves? No, trust me. I plowed over this animal. This thing was
such pride.
This thing was not dragging itself. No, because in my rear view, when it's still kind of in the glow of my lights, I was like, maybe. Nope. No. It looked like I split the thing in two. So unless you're talking about Terminator style, dragging itself across the road, this thing is not going anywhere.
You may have saved John Connor.
I may have. And that should count for something. But I don't know that it does. All right, let's get right to it. The trip to Vegas. There's $1,000 because it's Vegas, and you and a friend at our iHeartRadio Music Festival in a few weeks. Good luck.
Now your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword LUCKY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's LUCKY to 200-200.
WMMS. So
talking about Mary's gambling winnings and what she was or was not going to split with Brian. So kind of a similar situation, but I was kind of seeing a girl on and off. It was not what I determined to be serious. And she takes me to this hockey game, and both of us were, gambling enthusiasts. Nothing crazy, but so I usually play the 50-50 raffle whenever I go to a sporting event if I remember to do it. And the end of the game comes around, and I wind up winning the 50-50 drawing. And it was almost $5,000.
Nice.
So you take half of that because half of it goes to charity. She was upset with me that I didn't split the $2,500 with her, even though we had only gone on 3 or 4 dates. I mean, we were sleeping together, but still, that's whatever.
That don't mean anything.
I love that.
Means nothing.
We each bought the 50-50 raffle tickets without the other one even knowing that we were doing it. She was pissed at me, and I wasn't going to give her $1,250. We'd only gone on 3 or 4 dates. It was just kind of weird, and it all just kind of fizzled out after that, which was probably fine. But yeah, I think it all depends on how long you've been with the person, really.
Bro, you dodged a bullet there.
What a great dude throwaway line, though. He's like, I mean, yeah, we were sleeping together, but I mean,
like, whatever.
One word, no $1,200. Wow. Well, but I got to tell you, I'm fully on board with what he's saying there. But you're in seats that she had and took you to the game. I guess that doesn't mean anything, right?
No, he bought the
ticket.
He
on
bought
his
the
own.
ticket, yeah. But he said they were both playing it, but unbeknownst to each other.
They didn't tell each other that they both had bought.
Which
They
means
both
she wasn't
sneaking
going to give
around.
him anything.
No.
Right. What if she had won?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it wasn't a big deal. We'd gone on 3 or 4 dates. I mean, yeah, we were sleeping together, but oh, that's great. Oh, Matt, you magnificent bastard.
This guy.
Yep. That's pretty cool, though. Is that how that works? Half goes to charity? So
Usually.
the 50-50 means you get 50% of it?
Mayor, what were people telling you to spend your money on?
Nothing. They were just
they were asking what you were
yeah,
gonna
or
spend
like
on,
telling me stories of them winning at the casino, and it was a lot of gambling talk.
Yeah.
Now, did you find, I know you said earlier that there were a lot of people picking your brain about that or kind of you retelling that story of you making that big win there. But were there people who were like asking you to retell the story, but they had like a glint in their eye, like they were licking their lips as you were telling the story? Or was it just out of pure
I don't
curiosity?
think it was anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Like I would give
Living
them money,
vicarious.
you mean?
No. Like they were living vicariously through you telling the story again.
No. I don't think so. Because nobody asked me to retell the story. Pretty much everyone on the boat is listeners.
Yeah,
so
right.
they know what's what. But I had a couple people, probably 4 or 5 people, stop me and be like, I got to tell you about when I won my jackpot. And it's fun because they're all hyped up telling me I was playing this game and we were at this casino and me and my husband or me and my mom or whatever it was. It was, a lot of gambling talk on my end, like people talking to me about gambling on the boat.
Wow.
So get this while we're on the gambling topic.
Yeah.
My roommate's mom comes in to visit her last weekend. She was here in March, so she's coming back out to spend a weekend. She gets in Thursday night. They went to a Broadway show. Had a good time. Friday morning, I get up at 6 a.m. to get my flight to Cleveland. And Sarah's already up. And I was like, she's freaking out a little bit. I was like, what's going on? She goes, do you know of any hospitals around here? I was like, no. Is everything okay?
That's never something you want to be asked first thing in the morning.
It's 6 in the morning. I'm not expecting anybody to be awake. I was like, what's going on? She goes, well, my mom wasn't feeling well last night. And then this morning, she's in so much pain, she can't stand up. So I'm just trying to figure out where to get her or whatever, if we need to call 911. I was
Did you have to fart?
No. I was like, well, I'm literally, my Uber's here. I'm leaving to go on a plane. Let me know what's going on. They get her mom to the ER. I guess she had, her appendix needed to come out.
Oh,
appendicitis?
Appendicitis,
Yeah, it didn't burst or anything, but it was super, super inflamed.
Well, you want to get it before it bursts, boy.
So they had to send her Friday into emergency surgery. So now her mom is here for a week. Her
Wow.
mom she can't fly. They won't let her
And she
on a
lives in
plane.
Indianapolis?
She lives in Indiana, in a small town in Indiana.
Yeah, okay.
So her mom's been here since Thursday, and she's not cleared to fly until Sunday.
So she's convalescing with you guys, or she's still in the hospital?
No, she's just hanging out. The
Is
surgery.
she doing the weird washcloth thing too?
The what?
What was it? The towel, like the
over the sink.
Over the sink.
Oh no, I don't know. I just got home this morning, but so her mom is here, has been here all weekend, and now can't leave until Sunday. Isn't cleared to fly until Sunday. So we were all talking today, and her mom was asking me. Her mom's a gambler. Her mom was asking me about the casino, and she's like, "What game were you playing? Oh my God, that's my favorite game." Da 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 da. And Sarah was like, "Yeah, I think Mary said they get like comp nights." And her mom was like, "Man, I'd love to go to the casino right now." Blah blah blah. And I was like, "Well, I can actually call to see if like I have anything available, and then maybe, you know, we could go and figure it out." And she was like, "God, that would be, I've just had such a rough weekend. That would be so cool." So I called them, and I have a free comp night, and we're going to go tomorrow after the show, me, Sarah, and her mom, and spend the night.
What? So she can't fly, but she can gamble.
She won't. We're driving in a car.
Yeah.
They won't let her on an airplane. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's an hour and a half away. And her mom was so excited because she's like, "I come here to visit my daughter. My friggin' appendix almost burst. Now I'm stuck sleeping on a couch for a week." Like, and so.
Why wouldn't she just drive home?
You're driving home that'd be probably pretty tough to do.
Oh,
for
she'd
her.
also
Yeah.
have to rent a car, and it's like a 14-hour drive to where they
Okay.
live in Indiana.
I see. Okay.
By herself. Like, if anything goes wrong, she's screwed.
Yeah. Okay.
You know?
But do you want to take a jinx like that to the casino?
What do you mean?
Someone that is going on vacation has to get their appendix out.
No, she's due for some good luck now.
I was going to say, did she get all of her bad luck out of the way?
I don't think it works like
And
that.
now,
I
you
think
don't believe in fate, though.
How do we know how any of this works when she explains it?
Mary knows how it works.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm
She'll
saying.
explain how it works.
Here's how it works. She got her bad luck out of the way.
Okay.
Now
She's
she gets
due
to
for a
make-
win.
She's due for a
Or
win.
is her bad luck going to pass on to you?
No. And then she
Get the Maloik.
She's due for a win and to make memories with her daughter. Remember that time I had to stay with you for a week and we won $50,000 at the casino? What a blessing in disguise.
Now, would you get any of that money?
No,
Remember the time
I wouldn't ask
went to the
for it.
casino with you, had to get my appendix out, and then also lost
a foot.
$25,000, and I had to move in
they
with
got
you
it like that.
because your dad divorced me because of all that.
Lost all the money.
Turns
in
out
the
they also
family.
discovered I was diabetic,
Yeah.
and it was a whole thing.
No, but Sarah, I was like, dude, you know what we should do? Because I text her when I got to work and I made the phone call. I was like, hey, we got that room for tomorrow. We should do like content because it's fun to have like a roommate who's also into like weird, silly social media stuff.
Yeah.
I was like, we should do like a video like your aunts go to the casino. And she's sending me, she went to the thrift store today. So she's sending me pictures of like the dresses and shoes and
God.
stuff. And it's going to be so fun. So
Kitty
that'll probably
sweaters?
come. Oh, like just exactly what you picture a 50-year-old aunt wearing at a casino or on like a cruise ship.
Fredericks of Hollywood.
Yes,
Don't tell me
Fredericks
how
of
to
Hollywood.
live.
But so yeah, we're gonna have a nice little night. Me and my roommate and her mom.
So does she, even under better circumstances, because people can get prickly, obviously, when they're laid up, does she get along with her mom?
Yeah, they get along pretty well.
Yeah, okay.
From everything I've heard, she's never like.
They're not going to be sniping at each other the whole time.
No, not. I don't get that vibe from them at all. Like she's never complained about her. She's never said like, "Hey, we have this checkered past." Like nothing like that. But her mom was telling me about her favorite slots and how they don't have the all aboard, the train game that we were playing. They don't have that in Indiana, and she loves that game so much she can only play it when she goes to Florida. So she was all hyped up. So I think that'll be good for them too. To also, you know, her mom can go and play by herself while Sarah and I make our stupid video, and it'll be fun.
Yeah.
What if you win while you're making the video?
Wouldn't that be crazy?
You got to stay in character.
You hit
got to
some
stay in
I know,
character.
you hit some insane jackpot, but I'm Aunt Terry.
Yeah,
and
we're
I
like,
can't-
wait,
Aunt Terry.
Why is she still talking like an old?
Terry with a Y.
Terry with an I-T-E-R-R-I.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz, faux shiz.
Man, that'd be good.
But yeah. So we're going to have some fun tomorrow night.
Take her off her bonus hole.
Maybe I will. She's got to be here till Sunday. Be like, hey, come to the laundromat. I'll show you how bonus hole works.
Is she going to come to any of her daughter's shows?
I would assume.
Yeah.
She went with her to her dentist appointment this morning because she's got nothing else going on.
I was going to say, a little different. Did she still applaud?
I think so.
She heckle the dentist?
Maybe.
Oh.
I don't know about all that.
Was it like the dentist appointment that you went to?
God.
You'll be fine. Go home and then.
Everything's fine. Just leave.
Everything's okay.
I took an x-ray. Oh, okay.
Cool. Well, let me know how that x-ray goes, and
Yeah,
we'll be in touch,
Are
I
you going to
guess.
show me it, or
Yep.
do I have any extra teeth or something I should know about?
Don't call us. We'll call you.
Yeah. So who knows? Maybe Sarah's mom could be a huge winner. I told Brian I'm going tomorrow. He's like, here we go. He's like, I'm telling you, Mayor. He's like, you're going to blow through that money in 2. I'm like, I'm not, I swear. But I have free play. So I was like, I'm going to leave my cards at home. I'm not going to take any extra dollars. I already deposited all that money. That money's already in the bank. So I'm going to take my little free play my game.
You're not going to pull out $1,000.
Nope. Play with, make the video with Sarah. Maybe
Good
have
for
a buffet.
you. That is, I mean, it is your money to do. I know his thoughts on it, but it is your money to do with whatever you see fit.
Right.
Well, good for you.
But living in the most expensive city in the country should probably just sit in my account.
I guess. Wait,
Right?
what city is that?
New York City.
Oh my God, that's where you live?
That's where I live.
I didn't realize it was
You
that
didn't know that?
expensive. No.
It's pretty expensive.
Wow.
New York City.
All right, I'm going to break. You can shoot a text if you like, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures fly through the air, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, boy. Second of two with your Cleveland Guardians tonight. Doubleheader against the Royals. They fell in the first one, but they're going to get back up, dust themselves off. 6:40 tonight is first pitch. We'll get you right into that, and you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app if you do that from out of state. If you watch the live stream, maybe you're new to the show. You go, Alan, what is that map of these United States behind you? We have guests that come in and they ask. Because, normally radio shows aren't closely associated with cartography. But these push pins represent people listening to us on the app, or at least attempting to. A lot of messages on that today, too.
Hey, podcast listener again. Second time. I'm going to leave a message regarding the ads. Not only are they coming in horrible places, but for the love of Christ, it seems like there are 2 to 3 times the amount of ads per normal. I know you got bills to pay and all, but Christ. Hate the show still.
I think that guy is, there's a simmering rage there. I can identify with that. But he's keeping it under wraps. And and again, that's one of many similar messages I've gotten. Email. I've given up trying to figure out why this company can't figure their app out. For as much as we talk about the goddamn thing and tell people to use it, I'm glad we have it. I love that people can go on there and listen. It's 2024. Who's sitting at home next to a radio anymore? I mean, you're in your car, yeah, but otherwise. But, when I put the podcast together, I take great pains. I manually place the spots where there should be commercials that they will put in. And they run in the middle of me talking. If you're a podcast listener, you might not even hear me saying this right now because there might be some dumb ad running there. So, and mind you, it doesn't matter how many advertisements they put in my podcast. I don't make one extra dime off of that. I'm not getting a cut of podcast advertising. So I'm giving them this program that then they can sell. I don't get a cut of that. None of us do. The least I would think that they could do is to figure out how to do it. Everybody else with one of these platforms seems to have figured it out. And I'm always happy to help when I have these meetings way up the chain with our digital teams. So I can't figure out why they can't figure it out. But again, I will revert to my original statement, which is, if you try to listen on the app, I very much appreciate your efforts. Because I've been where you are. Going back, I will usually do a post-mortem on this show. I'll go back, I'll listen to some of it so that I know what areas there are that I can improve. And to quote that guy, Christ. That's a good old-timey one. I remember my dad throwing that one out. Christ. But thank you. If you're trying to... Oh, boy. They have barely gotten Burning Man off the ground, and they've already got a dead body on the premises.
Oh, boy.
Now, there's so much adulterated, illicit substances going through Burning Man. I can't believe it's just one person on the opening day. A woman was discovered dead on the very first day of Burning Man. They found her just before noon yesterday morning. Emergency personnel on site, unable to revive her. No matter what they did, they couldn't figure it out. On site. And she expired. Obviously, it's probably drugs. They had been closed for 12 hours because of the rain and the mud. But Burning Man, maybe you've gone. I've never been. I couldn't care less about Burning Man. Anytime I see a gallery of photos, that's entertaining. To me, it holds no sway whatsoever. But they get about 70,000 people a year. And it's probably fun until it's time to leave. There's the loadout, right? But day one, already got a dead lady. I mean, they have people who die pretty much every year. It's been going on. I mean, Burning Man's been around for 40 years, I think. And they've had people die every year. They've had some suicides. Imagine Burning Man is the last thing you're going to do.
I have a friend there doing comedy right now.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, yes. I have a friend doing a comedy show at Burning Man.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she just posted, so I don't think they shut any. I mean, she literally posted today and was like, "Hey, Burning Man."
Oh yeah, they're not going to. No, they're not.
They like shut it down or anything.
No. One dead person in 70,000. No, that's not going to suspend any events. But I mean, I wonder how. I'd be curious to know how you get a good vibe from people when you're doing comedy for Burning Man.
It's not
like they're
presented-
dressed in. They're tripping on mescaline and they're wearing a loincloth, and you're doing jokes.
I know it's not presented by like the festival. It's like it's a very weird, convoluted situation where like one of the performers who got accepted is now shifting her thing to a comedy show, and she reached out to comics she knows. So it's not like Burning Man had a comedy tent, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby.
A lot of people were asking if you were on the floating fandango on Saturday, and we had to tell them, sadly, no. There were a handful of people on the cruise.
You didn't hear?
On the cruise who thought they met you.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I was busy. I couldn't come out and fraternize and frolic with everyone. I was the captain.
It was a lot of fun, Sue. We would love to get you on one of these cruises.
I heard the joke.
Yeah, I know. Just so people can say that they met you.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, there are people out here that are listening to you on the radio.
No, I know that.
We also
I know that.
So we can.
I know
live
that
chat.
I know that there are. I'm just saying that this app has garnered us a much larger audience than it would normally if we were confined to terrestrial radio, is all I'm saying.
Oh,
It's a function of modern life. No,
obviously.
listen, despite what people think, 80% of the money that this station generates is not from the app. It's from the radio station. So,
do you wonder if AI is the new word for terrestrial?
I don't. What do you mean?
I don't know.
I think terrestrial as a word is still.
Like
I think terrestrial as a word is still doing fine. What do you mean AI is then? I don't know what you mean.
Well, I don't know because I don't trust AI. I think it's the big government.
Oh, well,
in the back window.
Why do people? By the way, the government. These are private companies that are scouring all of our accounts for data, and people think it's the government. I don't understand what that. It's these private companies that people should be worried about. They've got way more power than any government.
Hey, do you play scratch-top tickets?
Cardboard crack, is that what you call them, Mary?
We're jumping topics.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't do a lot of
No.
transitional material either.
Scratch-offs and cardboard crack are different.
Ah.
She's
Well, I
asking about
got a
scratch-offs.
ticket.
Oh, scratchers. Oh, I'll do one every so often.
Yeah. I got a Monopoly ticket, and I went through the drive-through, and then the part where the UPC or whatever you call that,
Yep.
the little cove part, was ripped, like in the corner where, you know what my luck would have been? That sucker would have been a winner, and I wouldn't have been able to prove it. You know? It
I
was
do
ripped
know.
Like a V,
I do
like
know.
They ripped it crooked.
But fortunately, it didn't win, right? And you don't have to worry about that.
Well, I don't know. I took it back and got another ticket. I didn't want to know.
Well, don't they just scan them now to tell you if it's a winner or not?
No, you still.
But here's the thing.
Well, you scratch it
the
off because
whole
you
middle
want to
part
scratch
of
it off, but you could hand it to them and they'd scan it and tell you, right?
But they can't scan it because it was ripped.
The UPC scanning code was not intact.
Was ripped.
Gotcha.
It was no longer attached to that ticket.
What was the face value of the ticket? What'd you pay for it?
$2.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, $2 is $2. Man, what they call
No,
that?
I understand. I'm familiar with the current value of $2. Sue, I have $3 in my pocket. I never have cash anymore, and I've been walking around with 3 singles in my pocket for like a month. I'm like, how the hell am I going to unload these? I'm never going to spend 3 singles on anything.
Well, there's guys right outside your parking garage that you could unload it off on.
I probably will. I just haven't been out here. I have, as excited as I was for them to finally open our sidewalk here on Euclid, I've barely been on it. I've sorely underutilized it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the truth. Liar.
All right. Well, we missed you, Drunk Sue. Hopefully we'll see you next year, okay?
All right. Well, I love you guys.
Love you too. Thank you, Sue. Drunk Sue. Alan, does it bother you that Mary thinks 50 is old and that no woman over 50 has any sex appeal?
Who said that?
Because it bothers me. Somebody named Lucy texted me and she goes, I showed midriff on the boat and did it pretty well. I don't know how you assess that, but tell Mary I'm over 50. I think I'm pretty hip. Uh-oh. Oh, I think she's referring to you talking about the over 50 ants and how you're going to dress all dowdy for the content.
I didn't say we were going to dress dowdy.
Well, you said weird dresses and sweaters and stuff.
No, I didn't. I said think of what you think of when you picture an ant at a casino.
Right.
Whatever
People
that
aren't
means
thinking
to you.
of people aren't thinking of hot ants at casinos, I think is her point.
I think of Lucy with her midriff out, ready to let more things out.
Yup. She says she has 2 cats. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of talk because of J.D. Vance about the childless cat ladies, but there are a lot of super hot childless cat ladies. And so you have to think of them as being part of the electorate as well. But Lucy, according to her, she did her midriff pretty well.
I'm sure she
and
did.
She is pretty hip.
People need to stop taking so much offense to literally everything. It's driving me crazy.
Why would
And
it
I don't
drive you
even-
crazy? Why would you ever let a stranger ruin your day?
I'm sure I'm ruining my day by any means, but just because I say we're going to dress like a 50-year-old ant on a cruise ship doesn't mean I'm saying you wear a visor.
Right.
Do you get it's driving me nuts. It's been
Well,
really getting under my skin.
I
lately.
have a feeling that she's somebody who is doing her best to represent visually a younger version of herself, right? None of us, when we get older, you look in the mirror and you go, I don't know who this is. Because I still feel, like you have this thing in your head where you're like, oh, that's how I look. And then you look in the mirror and you go, I don't know who that is. And it just gets worse the older you get. I have to imagine. These are the things my mother tells me. How you doing? Oh, I don't know. Okay. I still feel 21, but your dad's not here and I'm 75. Okay, Mom. Well, you still look great and, I wouldn't worry about it. But she does. And so does Lucy. But Lucy,
Sure she does.
don't take Mary's insensitive, critical assessment of your age group to heart. Mary's a stranger to you too. It goes both ways. Don't let a stranger, Lucy, ruin your day. Seek solace in those cats. Play that old-timey song about the guy singing about his girlfriend with the cats. That's a fun song. We're talking about songs from the 40s earlier in the show. And Harry Roy and his orchestra, going back to the 30s, were so popular that it still exists today. There's the cat. She was childless. I wonder if he was playing the piano. Why was there so much like oboe and clarinet back then?
Because that's what they had. There wasn't any.
But they had the same instruments we have now. They had drums. They had,
These are like the ones that people were trained on and knew how to play, and this is the big hip stuff.
All right. I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. The clarinet, that can be a pretty foxy instrument. But, start singing.
I like to pet, and every evening we get set. I stroke it every chance I get. It's my girl's pussy.
Right, so she, so her cat. This is a guy who is in touch with his feminine side because she's got a cat. You know, you go back, even the 30s, guy probably preferred a dog, but he's with it.
Like to pet, and every evening we get set. I stroke it every chance I get. It's my girl's pussy. Seldom plays and never purrs, and I love the thoughts it stirs, but I don't mind because it's hers, my girl's pussy.
I mean, you got to think that guy was probably the Post Malone of 1931.
Oh, just killing it.
Oh, killing the game. Harry Roy.
Alan, Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listened to the podcast for Friday, and you're retelling a story about how you made out with some girl and then later on ended up hooking up with her inside of a sleeping bag. She ends up falling asleep inside the sleeping bag and peeing the sleeping bag. You said you quietly snuck out of there and didn't talk to her again. What if she woke up all confused thinking that you peed the sleeping bag and were all embarrassed and quietly snuck out of there? And now she thinks that you're the bedwetter. Anyways, hate the show. Bye.
Rich, you could not be more dead on, by the way, because that's exactly, as I was extricating myself from the sleeping bag and trying to sneak out, that was exactly the thought in my head. I was like, this is a point where the roads are going to diverge here because there's every chance she's going to wake up and think I left. I thought that exact thing, but it was worth it for me to get the hell out of there. Because my thought is, if you're somebody who pees when you pass out drunk, you know you do that. I've never passed out drunk and peed myself, ever.
I've done it one time, and it was like a shock because I had never, ever done that before.
A stripper did that on my brand new bed.
My older sister was a peer for a long time.
It was my first bed I ever bought.
Yeah.
I bought a bed. It was in my first apartment in Tremont. This girl that was friends with me on MySpace wanted to come out and try comedy. She bombed super hard.
And got drunk to console herself.
Console herself. Came over, and we had real bad sex.
Wet sex.
And then she peed in my bed, and then it was like, she's like, hey, it's you that did it. I'm like, I didn't drink. You're the one who's drinking.
Oh, you had the conversation about
I
it.
didn't,
She woke up.
sober pee my bed.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I guess you can't leave your own apartment. No, you're right, Rich. I had to weigh that in my head. I was like, all right, if I play this right, I will never see her again. So she could be dead for all I know. I don't know. But she died a sleeping bag pisser. That's all I know. Because I didn't pass out.
My older sister went through a phase where she would get drunk and pee to the point where there was a summer where all three of the Santorum sisters were single, and we were tearing up the town. And anytime she'd like black out and be passed out, we'd put her in the bathtub and be like, "This is
oh my God.
You stay here because we're done with you ruining furniture and couches and rugs."
I bet Harry Roy would have loved you three.
You sleep there.
All right. Let me take a break. I want to get the last word in. Shoot me a text, 35192. Back half of that doubleheader, Guardians Royals tonight, coming up at 6:40 on MMS.